What a nightmare. First of all, good morning. Welcome to Ninja Paul's. Khan here. Hello, Moose. Guns and Raiders. Sweet Allergy. Top of the morning. Ms. Dream 76. Good morning. And Bob, thanks for the hello there. How you all doing today? Oh, this is apologies for the late start. That freaking sucks. I, as a Danishman, I very, very much dislike being late, especially after I've said I will be somewhere at a certain time. That is like ask pretty much any Scandinavian. That's like anathema in Denmark. I've even read business brochures for American business people doing business across the world. That was actually a really interesting thing. We talked about that once on stream before. Like the ones for Japan and China was super interesting. But the one for Denmark was just like, don't ever be late. Like, never be less than 5 minutes early, or you may as well not show up. The deal is not going to happen if you're late. So, anyway, I thought it'd be a good idea after giving Maya... She works, like... She could just walk from our house to the site where she does all her cookery classes and whatnot. But I usually drive her, because it's like a 20-minute walk or a 3-minute drive, you know, one of those. And just drop her off. And that way I have the car if I need anything throughout the day. We've only got one car, we don't have kids. We don't need to have two. And we were talking about what we need to do today. And grocery shopping came up. And I thought, hey, wouldn't it be smart to get all of that done before the stream? I have time, it's great. Supermarket's definitely open, so I drove over there. I got like myself 2 big full bags. I did that thing where you like scan the products as you're going around the store. So then all you have to do is like click pay on the way out and you've already got your bags full of everything. No need to faff around with trolleys or baskets or anything like that. So I get there at like, I don't know, 10 to 10. Plenty of time to get back home, get the stream started at 10 o'clock. Perfect. Great start to the day. Efficiency, motherfuckers. And then the guy says to me, oh, you can't use the checkout until 10. I said, why are you open if I can't pay? Oh, it's just how we do it. You can't use the checkout till 10. Yeah, it's alright. I understood you the first time. But why? Why open the store? Like, it's been open for nearly an hour. Have you guys had this? I've never encountered this before. So maybe that's just me being ignorant, but I was like, oh, god damn it. So I just have to wait here for like 9 minutes holding my dick while you decide to let me pay for the things which I've bought. And of course, there was alcohol for later. I bought a couple of beers, and I don't know, there's something slightly shameful about standing there with a bag with beers in, with like 8 cans of beer. It's not even 10 in the morning. Oh, the checkout doesn't open until 10. My goodness. So, yeah, that was fun. So that's why I'm late. Basically, I had to rush back here, had to wait there until 10 o'clock, then, like, press one button to pay for what I wanted, and then get the hell out of there, get back home, fire up the stream, and then get going a little bit late. So, apologies for the late start. At least we got a slightly nauseating story out of it. Schnacks, good morning. Erin, hello there. And Vezok, hello there. Efficiency. Sounds like a weird rule for a shop. That was just me exclaiming. I've already got 16 minutes left on the food. Don't use this, by the way. You really don't need the bear haunch. I have some from Trifecta tanking. And, yeah, I thought I'd use it. Just use the other one. Jewels of Misrule. Generally, that's absolutely fine. In fact, what is the difference? Let's just remind ourselves. Stamina and Magic Recovery, 357, as opposed to 406. So, 25 more Stamina and Magicka per second if you have the bear haunch. The max health is 4.3, 4312, as opposed to 3927. That's more meaningful, you know, 400 more health, I guess. But yeah, there's basically there's almost no difference. Whereas the ingredients required, massive cost increase. Kiddings, thank you very much for the sympathy. Yeah, it's stupid. That's all you need to say. That already makes me feel better. Shiva Hippie, do you see that? That's a funny name. Sweet Allergy, I'm programmed to say you cannot use the checkout until 10. He didn't actually sound like that, but it might as well have done. 10 o'clock till 10 at night for beer. It wasn't for beer, it was for anything. I couldn't buy anything until 10 a.m. But they'd been open, I think, since 9. So I don't really understand. They must happen to them all the time. Like people go, oh, I wonder if that shop is open. They swing by, oh, brilliant, it's open, I can get going. And then they just have to wait there. Isaka, hello. And Vezok saying when I was 15, 16, there was a shop that the self-checkout machine was bugged and everything was listed for 50 cents. So me being an exploiter at heart, nice. You went in there with your exploiter CP slotted, told my friends to use it sparingly every week. I think we got 350 euros worth of stuff in 6 months. What? Amazing. Pretty weird question, but does anyone know how to pin the TESO launcher to the taskbar? Yeah. You fire it up, then right click on it when it's active, and then it should say pin to taskbar. Just as Vezok is saying. For browsing purposes only, yeah. Check out how much... Well, you can't have it. I bet nobody saw this, but there was a TV show years and years ago. When Maya hadn't been in the UK that long, actually. When we were still babies, it was called Green Wing, and it was set in a hospital, and it was an incredibly, incredibly filthy show. Oh my god. And there's a brilliant Scottish character in it, the head of, I think she was head of HR, and there's a scene where she has to look after a lost kid or something, just for a little while, and she waves a lolly in his face and goes, do you want a lolly? Do you want it? Do you like, well, you can't have it. And then like, puts it back in the drawer. That's like my guidebook for interacting with kids to this day. Goat, exactly. Right, let's see what's going on. So, in case it wasn't already clear, we are in PvP. I just had to reset my vampire stage, refresh my food. I had fun in PvP yesterday, except for Imperial City. That sucked. Stream is looking a little bit choppy when I ride very fast. It doesn't like that. Maybe if I weren't playing in 4K, it would be a little bit easier. Vezok, I want to play Space Marine 2. We're going on vacation. Unfortunately, the PC didn't fit in the suitcase. I mean, Space Marine 2 was pretty fun. Ah, god damn it. I attracted too much attention. That took too long. And as is tradition. Let's see if we can get one of them. No. Just way too many. As is tradition, I arrive just as we're about to get ground into dust. Classic. Yeah, well, your old laptop was an absolute potato, though, wasn't it? with no disrespect. No wonder it couldn't run Space Marine. But yeah, you haven't missed out on like a transformative game. I think if anything, the love that it got was because it was kind of a throwback in a fun way. I still think the combat system was a little bit woeful. No, that's too harsh. Disappointing, given how well everything worked, the tech and all of that, like the experience. making you feel like a Space Marine. It was really, really well done. And the combat was just so basic, and I don't know, I've alwaage had issues with hack and slash, so maybe I'm not... It just reminded me too much of that. What is that random marker I'm seeing? That's to turn in questage. But yeah, I'd like to replay it. That was a fun game. And I'm not super steeped in the Warhammer 40k lore, but I'm just sort of vaguely acquainted with it. As we talked about the other day, you know, I know about it through osmosis. And from video games and whatnot. I think I once, when I was maybe 11, I was at a friend's house and 3 of us attempted to play a very basic match of 40k, but yeah, it was way too complicated. We just gave up. But my friends used to get me to paint their miniatures for them and stuff like that. So it definitely it tickles. There's, you know, it scratches an itch. Let's put it that way. That's better than tickling. Khan, when you have time, send you a DM. I think I saw that. It was a couple of days ago, right? Adalana, welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. So every time I get somewhere, it's worryingly quiet. I think in this case, it's because we may have won. I guess I'm about to find out.
Hello there.
Hello there. I really need to figure out a burst heal, like a substitute burst heal on here. No, I was wrong. Like, once again, I arrived just as the feat is being sealed. How is this the case, you know? Like, the Blues are supposedly have the most on the... of anyone, but we're on the back foot. Insomnia Aaron, hello! Oh, you like the combat system in Space Marine? How? Like, it is just so... I thought it combined several of the things that I dislike most in lazy combat. Like, it was kind of irritating to learn and had almost no depth. So, like, the game forced me to learn some non-intuitive stuff. And very, very arbitrary feeling parry timings. Sometimes they feel right and awesome. But, parry windows... I have the same issue with Doom Eternal. That some of the parry windows are absolutely, completely arbitrary. So you can't use instinct or skill or anything like that. All you have to do is just learn it. That's the only thing involved. You've got to learn... You know, you got to learn this like a times table. I dislike that kind of gameplay design. Don't get me wrong. Doom the Dark Ages... I said Doom Eternal, didn't I? Doom the Dark Ages. Doom Eternal is amazing. The Dark Ages and Space Marine 2 were excellent games. I really enjoyed them. But I thought they were... You know, if I were a reviewer, that's the kind of thing that might have dinged them half a star or something like that. You know what I mean? It just detracted slightly from my overall sense of, oh, this is awesome, I'm having a hell of a time playing it. Then again, Vizak, you're also a Warhammer super fan, aren't you? So maybe there's a little bit of a lack of objectivity there. That's something I've definitely observed with regard to this game. Not necessarily from you, but, you know, from the fandom in general. I think people really struggle to be objective about it. In the same way that DC fans can really struggle to be objective about the many, many awful DC movies that have been made over the years. And some good ones, to be fair. There's like, I get it, there are poster boys. Yeah, Ultramarines this is. But another chapter you could tell a better story. Like the salamanders having their oxymoronic compassion. I have no idea what that means. And the Blood Angels struggle with gene curses. Blood Angels have been featured fairly often, haven't they? The Dawn of War series is all about them, if I remember correctly. Oh no, was that hang on, that was the Blood Ravens. I don't know. I forget. Everything's something to do with skulls and blood. But yeah, I know what you mean. There is a lot of interesting, weird shit that they could go into. It's a little bit like Elder Scrolls we've talked about. There's so much weirdness in the franchise. Why not give us more of that? Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't want a 1v10. It's only going to end one way. I think it might be time to use a keep recall to get the hell out of here. This is not... doesn't look like this place is going to be defended at all. I do have my keep recall stones, do I not? Yes, I do. That's always the way, isn't it? When you need one, you left them in the bank. Top tip. That should be far enough. Yeah, you're going for always the mainstream option. Bezok, I totally get that. That can be a little bit, especially for somebody like you who's really into the lore and is painfully aware of how many interesting directions they could take it. I get that. I guess it's like... everyone loved Skyrim, but the people who'd played Morrowind, who'd really played a ton of Morrowind, they had that in the backs of their minds that, you know, they could have gone weirder. And we talked about this quite a lot. And that's a thing that ESO deserves credit for, right? It's, they kind of flag, they fly the flag for weird Elder Scrolls in this game. In a way which I've not always appreciated. You know, by which I mean I haven't always recognized the extent to which they've done that. But things like the Imperial City story, Craglorn, obviously Apocrypha, Clockwork City, they've gone weird on us quite a few times. Man, I'm too late for everything, aren't I? Alright, Moose. Late comment because I hopped in the shower. But are the Brits obsessed with queuing? The store just wanted to give you the thrill of queuing without actually needing to. No, the Brits aren't obsessed with queuing, but as a Danish person, let me tell you, the Brits are great at queuing. The Danes cannot queue for shit. They are rude and impatient and they just don't understand. If you got there later than that person, you get behind them. Like, obviously, you can't describe an entire culture or nation with a single statement, but generally the Danes are awful at queuing. They just don't... Yeah, it's very weird. Despite all that stuff about Jantelon and, you know, you have a similar concept in Sweden, right? The idea of to expect or demand special treatment, to put yourself ahead of others, is like inherently an inhuman... It's like an inhuman thing to do, and it makes you automatically a piece of shit. Just to, you know, bastardize the concept a little bit. That's a very popular sort of foundational notion in Scandinavian society. So despite this, they don't seem to be able to queue. Like when my sister and I would fly back to Denmark by ourselves when we were kids, it didn't happen that often. We'd usually go with my parents, but I remember doing this and everyone just pushed in front of us. Only the Danish people. Just like, what's going to happen? They're kids. They can't do anything. Whereas in England, you don't really get that in general. Now, all the Brits in chat are just going to remind me of all the times someone cut the queue in front of them. But yeah, it's not that they love to queue, it's just that they're good at it. You know, they're polite and respectful and understand the fucking concept in a way that the Danes can't seem to get with. I feel like Germany is better, but I haven't spent a ton of time in Germany, so I can't be sure. But I have gone to many festivals in Germany, and that never seemed to be an issue. And Villazix, hello there. It is much better than the first Space Marine game. You're right, Vezok. That's true. And it was a lot of fun. Like I said, I'd like to play it again. Once again, I may have arrived just in time for the deletion of the blues. Yeah, the thing is, what we need is a blue group, an organized group of blues that we can all sort of rally around. I haven't seen one yet, but we keep running into red and yellow groups that are, I don't know, not that many of them, but like 4 to 8 people, but then like a mini Zerg kind of coalesces around them, like an entourage. That's what we need. Yeah, this person knows what they're doing. I was hoping we might catch them on the hop there. I'm gonna get bashed and probably killed. What did I just res that person into? Lol. I need to get some more movable pots as well. I'm not smart and tactical enough about potions in PvP. That'd be awesome. Method and Alias Maximus, welcome on in. Welcome on in. ESO is the best lore-wise since Morrowind, Vezok. I think I would agree with that. That's not like a particularly informed statement by me, but I think I'm with you on that one. Yeah. World building and lore in this game is maybe not a thing that we give them enough credit for. I think they get a lot of credit for having a better story than almost any other MMO. But that's kind of a very low bar to clear, because making stories good in an MMO is so freaking difficult, and these guys managed it. But in terms of telling great Elder Scrolls stories specifically, and exploring and building on interesting parts of that world, maybe they don't get enough credit. Yeah, man, this sucks. Like, everywhere I go, we're just massively outnumbered. Come on, Blues. Where are you all hiding? Let's try up here. You run operations? You're talking about Space Marine. Maybe I get to go on a small lore explanation of different enemy types. I mean, we did a version of that, didn't we? On stream, Wick and Maya played. Maya was like an hour into the game. She and Wick started playing it one morning, and like 6 hours later, they'd finished the entire campaign. Many reses later. That's one thing, actually, with Space Marine. Maya and I don't both own a copy. We just bought one. So we haven't actually tried playing it together, which I imagine would supercharge the entire experience. That would just make it all kinds of extra awesome, right? Moose, I hate the serial quest boards. Give me the quest I want. Oh, Moose, I love the little grumbles and rages in chat from you. Never stop. I don't want to capture the 3 towns. I wish they did those quest boards like the writ ones, so that they cycle. And Raves Lord, good day. Hello there. World building wise, I think Oblivion takes an edge. By world building, I don't mean the actual game world, you know, world artists, but the concepts and the ideas that are introduced. Like the Green Pact is expanded upon in an interesting way in this game. That's the kind of world building I mean. The charm is so busted. To break free of that like 4 times. Did you guys see that? Charmed, I'm sure. Right, what are we talking? There aren't that many of them. Where are all the blues? Oh, we both have the same idea. Oh, my stamina management is terrible. I'm doing a terrible job. This guy should have killed me already. No! Well, so far, this is a shit day for me in PvP. Come on. Why do I keep arriving somewhere just as we're being crushed? Anyway. What was an okay show to watch? Daniel Johnson, good morning. Because of the Sunday trading laws, they can only serve for 6 hours. Really? But there are loads of other shops around here that open at different times, I'm sure. And sorry for the late react. Yeah, there are loads of stores. Actually, yeah, that's true. There are loads of stores that I can go to that open earlier and close later. So I don't know. I'm sure you're right. There's something to do with that, or maybe it's the type of store. But it was a very annoying, stupid experience. Hey Ninja Bulls, love your videos. Followed your guides, and I played ESO back in the day. Hey Lex, back in the day. I don't feel like we've been going long enough for anyone to have followed us back in the day. But that is lovely to hear. As you can see, I'm more of a PvE guy, and I'm just looking for. I'm doing this this Templar Sorcerer Warden setup that a friend sent me. I asked for the builds they've been enjoying most at the moment. The problem is they were playing small scale, and I find myself solo. When I first tested this out, Maya and I were grouped up, so we had some cross healing. Now I don't have anything, and the big thing that I'm missing, I don't have a single burst heal. I'm just wondering if there's anything else I can slot. I could try the shield, couldn't I? Probably more useful than trap. I should just go cheese and slot the fury. But no, I'm trying to use executioner right now. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it, what's the worst that can happen? Ah, it's pathetic. 5k? I'll take it. Devil's Master, hello there! Someone is doing garden work with a machine cutter. Is it cutting right into my ears? No! Why do I even play Daggerfall Covenant? I mean, I don't always. I play all 3 alliances, but... that is unfortunate. Whatever those things made to cut hedges are called. I think just a hedge trimmer is what I'd call it. But yeah, they can make a lot of racket. I need to do that out front. My hedge needs a trim. And no, that is not a euphemism, Moose. Or anybody else. Although keeping a nice trim hedge in the summer isn't the worst idea. I'm talking about an actual hedge around the driveway. Man, those golden saints are so freaking thirsty. There are reds down here? Amazing. PRD! Hola! How's it going? Is this campaign just full of AFK blues? Seriously, how are we pop-locked? But somehow wherever I go, there are no blues to be found. Small victories, but we will take them. Of what? I came back out. That was unintended. So sunburned it's glorious? Oh no! Good morning, Xenia. What's with the question mark? I'm serious, like how many blues do we even see here? Well, that person's been rezzed. And there are some, but look how many yellows are here. No, that's not going to go well. Why am I being repeatedly CC'd with no cooldown? Why is there no oil over here? I don't have it quick slotted. That's probably why. No one took the time to quick slot it. You went to bed super early after going swimming all day? Apparently, I will be invaluable for making a 6-hour drive bearable. I'll tell you what, this is not going to help. I'm close to quitting Cyrodiil at this rate. Could we just, like, all the blues go somewhere and do something? Could just switch campaigns, I guess. See what's going on somewhere else, because this is just demoralizing. Like, normally I make fun of the zone chat generals, you know, the ones who are like, yeah, go here, do this. But right now, one of those would be really damn useful. Finally got the quest you wanted. Kill them all. That's Maya, everyone. I want to take a swim too before my vacation's over. In a pool. Nice. A little bit jealous. Yeah, swim would be really, really nice. But like a chill one. Not doing like laps or lengths or anything. Just a nice pool hang. That would go down. Excellent. Good day, my lady Maya. Hey, Maya. How's it going? I'm guessing there's a lull in the proceedings. I miss the beach and bodyboarding / surfing. Oh, yeah, I can imagine. Alright, how's it looking over here? Is this even worth 7 siege? Want to practice swimming some more? I might know the moves. I think I know the moves, but I barely move in the water. Yeah, it takes practice. You're absolutely right. It's like running. If you haven't been jogging or running in ages, it doesn't come back to... Or riding a bike, you know? You sort of need to get back into it. I used to swim, like, pretty seriously. When I was like 16, 17, I swam for my county, and that just means that's like a district in England. That was pretty fun. But I was never like amazing at it, you know? There were always those guys and girls who were super duper good, really, really fast. And I was always just good and not fantastic. So I got a bunch of silver medals. Don't think I ever won any gold. And this is like kiddie medals, you know. Don't let me make it sound cooler than it is. Like I said, I was 16 or something like that. It's so good for you. It's such a great core workout. We do have a pool around here, but I've never even been to the local pool where we live. Maya's been there a few times. She says it's okay. Quite a lot of old people. Swimming in the lakes in Finland was friggin' awesome. Yeah. I've done that in Sweden, never in Finland. Yeah, evenings was mosquito hell. That sounds... Again... My experience from visiting my family in Sweden, I don't think I've ever been such a lumpy mess as when I arrived back from a particular summer in southern Sweden when I was about, I don't know, 14, 15, something like that. My sister and I were absolutely munched by the mosquitoes. Anyone have a theory as to why mosquitoes love some people and not others? Like the general theory is that it's to do with the way you smell, or your skin, or your blood, or something like that. But my grandmother never used to get stung. They would pretty much just leave her alone. Bitten, sorry, not stung. Same in Alaska, I can imagine. Which server do I play on? Monsieur Parkour, this is EU. PC EU. Right now I'm in the Blackreach campaign. It's not going great. Like, this keep will be the first blue victory aside from a couple of isolated kills. Yesterday was awesome. It was really fun in here. We were pushing forward, getting pushed back. There were really big groups, really good fights. I wouldn't mind so much, but it says, oh no, okay, now we're not pop-locked anymore, but we were when I hopped in. It's like, what? How? Like, where is everyone? I forgot what a workout swimming can be. Yeah, especially if it's in a lake or the ocean or something like that. Indoor pools, the fact that the water has no current. It's kind of like jogging on sand. Or, you know, if I used to play a lot of volleyball, and switching from indoor court volleyball to beach volleyball. I mean, for a start, there are only 2 people instead of 6 on a court that's the same size. Could use some ults, thank you very much. No, 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 no. I saw that coming a mile off. That, again, that's a name I recognized from yesterday. Mosquitoes are attracted to a combination of factors: body heat, carbon dioxide, and specific scents, like lactic acid and ammonia found in sweat. Did you just look this up, or do you have that knowledge chambered, Raveslord? Either way, thank you very much. My grandmother used to smoke like a chimney as well. So that may have had something to do with it. The mosquito was like, oh, fuck that. Tastes bad. But yeah, the mozzies fucking love me. And my sister. Whenever we'd go camping with my cousins in Denmark, my younger cousin, Sarah, would get... Well, Sarah. She would get absolutely munched as well. But the older one? No. Unscathed. The worst is when you get some infected little son of a bitch. And they give you a mosquito bite that gets super large and inflamed. You guys ever had one of those? Ugh. Clothes you wear can also have an effect. How do you claim the drop? You've watched a lot of stream time. It should appear at the top of your chat window. It should say, or if you look at your just the bar along the top of your Twitch, the little crown symbol or whatever, should be claimable from in there. But you have to link your ESO and Twitch accounts first. Obviously, I'm guessing you've done that, but if you haven't, you will have to earn it all over again. And if you don't see that progress bar, you can refresh Twitch. As they say, Twitch can be twitchy. Hope that helps. Alright, thanks, Sorted. Nice. Sork, still absolute shit. I have a mag Sork for PvP. No, it's fine. I mean, I'm using a Sork line right now, but obviously I'm subclassing. So I've got Adric Spear, Storm Calling, and Animal Companions. But yeah, do not allow my performance to be any indicator of how good this build actually is. The only thing it lacks is it has a really nice burst. Survivability is fine, but like I said, it does lack a burst heal, which is a little bit of a problem if you're by yourself, like I am today. So some of my deaths are going to be due to that, but... It's actually really good. I've really enjoyed messing around with this one. My ult isn't quite ready, sadly. That's a little unfair. You know, the 5 guards just eating up that player's resources. That feels bad, actually. Just casually fending off. I mean, it's like a Jackie Chan movie. If they keep coming at me one by one, then I'm probably going to be okay. You know? Those, like, martial arts films, you love them, but at some point you do wonder, why are the enemies, like... You know, why are they attacking them one by one? It's one of the reasons I love the raid so much. Because there is still inevitably a little bit of that, but... there is... quite a lot of, you know, advanced choreography involving like 6 or 7 combatants at once. Darker clothing makes you more visible to mosquitoes. And Maya, welcome back. Defiant saying Sork is one of the best subclasses right now. Yeah, that's... Monsieur Parkour, I played also on EU server as DC. What's the name of your character? This one is called Helga, but spelt like this, with an A in there, you know, the A and the E pushed together, because this is an old... Helga means, literally means healer or holy. It comes, you know, heilig auf Deutsch. And very similar in Danish, actually, heilig, but to heal comes from to make whole. Get in the bin. Yeah, like I said, if they come at me one by one, it's fine. But that's not really that much fun. You wanna look at what is going on with the blues. Let's ride over to oh, that's Elswell, yeah. Let's ride over there, see what's up. Dovbass, yo! Moose, I'm a metalhead. I didn't know there were clothes that weren't dark. I've got an amazing t-shirt by the band from the band Kvelertak, Norwegian band. They've gone downhill a bit since their singer left and was replaced. Well, they're still quite good, but like their early albums were excellent. And I saw them once supporting Mastodon years and years ago, and I was like, holy shit, that is one of the best party atmosphere metal gigs I've ever seen. So I bought a t-shirt which is offensively bright yellow. It's like all my metal t-shirts are almost all of them are black. I think I've got a brown Opeth t-shirt because of course. Somewhere. And like a blue Dream Theater t-shirt somewhere, but yeah, this is the only one which like totally breaks the mold. Seriously, it is offensive on the eyes. This thing, I love it. It's one of those t-shirts I hope I'm going to still be wearing it when I'm an old man. And no one's heard of that band anymore. Pro PvP is standing on business? Not in the slightest. Like I said, if people come at me one at a time, I at least have a chance to organize my thoughts and react. And use the build somewhat effectively. Oh shit. I thought that sound of the hurricane, I thought for a moment that was an ult being dropped on me. I did clench a little bit in that moment. Alright, let's go on get on that ram. Hardcore punk rocker here. Devil's Master, I always feel like not doing anything, just sleep all day. Could it be because I barely eat anything? Yeah, it could be. It obviously has a massive effect on your energy levels, and if Maya were here, she could talk you... She could give you some tips. Tell you what, take that up with Maya, genuinely. She's not a qualified nutritionist, but she's a lot more qualified than a lot of people who talk nonsense on the internet about nutrition. Like, there are different rules in different countries about how you can become accredited as a nutritional specialist. But generally, if they use something like nutrition advisor, that means they're utterly unqualified. They just watched a YouTube video once, you know what I mean? But Maya actually knows her stuff. So she could give you some tips on the right kind of proteins and like easy food sources. Good sources of energy. Sadly, I don't know enough, don't know as much as I should. Retro Vitality, Rallying Cry, Death Dealer's Fate. Yeah, I mean, this one is Rallying Cry back bar because it's very generic. And it's literally the gear I was using on my Templar already. I just swapped out... What was I running before? Yeah, I just equipped the new Monomyth Reforged. It's still Bloodspawn, still Mechanical Acuity, One-Piece Trainee, Acuity front bar, Rallying Cry back bar. I wear mostly black unless I dress proper, in which case you wear even more black with a splash of white. I love that Chewbacca roar. I think my favorite metal shirt is Entombed. God is great, Satan is super. I don't think I've ever seen that one. The amount of shit I've gotten for wearing that t-shirt is worth it. One of my favorites... Alright, there are two ones that I would never wear because I don't want to be that guy, but I have seen them at concerts here and there. One of them's very generic. It's a Cradle of Filth t-shirt from back in the day, and it says, it's just got some generic artwork on the front, Cradle of Filth, and on the back it says, Dead Girls Don't Say No, which is, obviously it's a joke, but it's a hell of a way to get a reaction, right? And there's also an Aka Cocker t-shirt with a goat and a lady doing things. Not a photograph, like a very cartoony depiction. It's actually really, it's a really cool image in terms of the way, like the artistry is very fun. But, you know, those are really like shocker t-shirts I would never wear because that's not really my shtick. But, yeah. They get a reaction, you know, you either laugh or you're deeply offended by this kind of thing. Kiddings, yeah, you know that one? Whole grain carbs are better, we're talking about. Bob, eggs, nuts, meat, fish, vegetables, fruits. Less wheat, carb, yeah.
I need aid.
Hey, there's that bomber earlier. That killed me earlier. Nice. We kept running into a couple of pretty decent... Well, one of them was decent. And the other one would, like, do a secondary bomb. Nice one, Spectral. Or Bumble, or whatever that was. Like I was saying yesterday, I respect a decent bomber. It's way harder than people give it credit for. There was a really good one yesterday, whose name I've already forgotten. But we kept running into them, and it's like, yeah, fair enough. Killed me again. Even when I was doing my best not to stack. You'd do that thing where you'd get a bomb, and you'd go in to res someone, and then the second bomb would arrive. Classic. Okay, the blues might finally be getting their shit together. It's all down to my influence, of course. Cozy Lulu, hello, hello. Dressing proper, I see. Ben Sherman, Fred Perry. I thought you meant like suits and shit. I used to have a couple of pinstripe suits for work. It kind of, well, I still have them, but I mean, I literally never wear a pinstripe suit anymore. To think that used to be an appropriate thing for me to wear, based on what I did. Imagine showing, like, when Maya and I are on cam, if I wear a fucking pinstripe on stream, that'd be amazing. One day. Maybe it can be a stretch goal. Hey! BL. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in, everybody. How's it going? Hello there. Thank you so much for the raid. And for trusting Ninja Pool, specifically me, Khan, with your community. It's just me today. It's usually Maya and Khan here. Maya's the wife. I'm the other one. but I'm flying solo today, and we are playing some Elder Scrolls Online, specifically the PvP event. Oh. Oh, it's Dusty Charm. That was the one. That's the name I was trying to remember. But welcome on in, everyone. Howdy. Have a good stream. I'm amazed you run that 24-hour stream and still got any steam to keep going. Keep on keeping on. All right, good advice. I will. Not gonna lie. When we reached hour 23, I think it was 5:05 a.m. and we were finishing at 6. That was when I began to flag. But I think I did pretty well. Yeah, Maya had a tougher time. But she's done it before, so she's a bit of a pro. I'd never done a 24-hour stream in one go before. But yeah, it was really fun. And let's face it, the community, the energy, you know, that energy exchange between streamer and viewers, that was what kept me going. We've got so many lovely people here. Isn't that right, chat? Well, thank you so much for the raid. Max Bashirov saying, by the way, Mastodon and Ministry will perform in our city, Katowice, Poland, on 5th. Are you going to see them? Hey, there's Dusty Charm again. Hello. Hello there. It's still not a massive blue crew that we've got here. But it's clearly enough to be accomplishing something. Yeah, I know that one. I know that one, Zdenya. Guns and Raiders sending a hug to chat. Let's just scroll back up on a minute. Zenny, you like Danny Filth? He gets a lot of flack. He's quite a strange individual, but he is very poetic, I agree. Some of his lyrics are genuinely clever. Oh, we're rezzing the same person. I just can't target anyone. I swear it's getting more expensive buying groceries. Oh, the gilded C word. I remember that song. There's another one which just said God is a C word on the back. Again, not really my style. That is just trying to get a reaction, isn't it? That's never really been my thing. But I understand it. I went to a Catholic school for a few years. I'm not Catholic, but I did observe a lot of that, like, the kind of behavior that it can encourage in teenagers that are breaking free of their parents' orbit and beliefs and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, a lot of baggage, huh? That's probably like the sole customer base for those kind of t-shirts. Catholic kids who've never been allowed to do anything. Hey, 3 out of 3 endeavors, without even looking at what the hell they are. Let's have a look. Kill foes with class skills, defeat enemies, and deal damage. Well, Zdenya, I definitely don't want to let you get away with giving Danny Filth too much credit. Like, he's not a super intelligent guy, just having listened to the way he talks. But maybe that's also me being prejudiced. He is from Essex, which is like a famously made fun of part of the UK for the part of England. The Essex girl, lots of jokes about that. One of my mates who plays ESO is from, his wife is from Essex, so lots of jokes about that. You know, being buried in a Y-shaped coffin. That, you know, that's the kind of stuff they say about that part. And there's also a show called Towie, which I've never watched. The Only Way is Essex, which is a little bit like Jersey Shore. You know, celebrating that sort of lowest common denominator. I don't know what you'd call it, like chav culture or whatever. So maybe I've got a little, maybe I've inherited a little bit of that bias from the English, but yeah. If you listen to interviews with him, and he's not the brightest, but some of his lyrics are really clever. Use of rhythm and rhyme and poetry, really smart, good shit. And when the music was good, it's a bit of a mixed bag these days, isn't it? But a lot of the early stuff was terrific. Yeah, that's just not even fair. But whatever, it was happening to me 10 minutes ago, so I don't feel bad. Oh, that's a lot of them. That charm is the worst, isn't it? The thing to do is to stay on horse and just ride through. I think in that case. Just wasting points. Xenia, I mean, it's not like I know him, but the interviews I've seen in the past, he talks about music, find him a very intelligent man, yeah. Yeah, maybe I need to get more up to date. Maybe he's, there's a thing, right, this is an example of what me saying, maybe it's a prejudice thing, but he says, etc. Which, in my experience, is only a thing that stupid people say. You know? It's like when they don't actually understand the words they're using, they're just parroting what they've heard. Etc. is not a thing. It's et cetera from Latin, right? And yeah, I'm not being a snob, but we've got to base our impressions of people on something, and what they say and what they look like are generally the main ones. Obviously, what somebody looks like is stupid. We shouldn't base anything on that, but because we're people, that's what we do. And the only thing with them we have left is their actions and their words, and this is a problem. Like, you get this a lot in places like England and France, where there are regional accents and then a more centralized capital city accent, and you get a lot of prejudice against those who don't speak that way, and that's equally stupid. But I'm just trying to say this is where it comes from. And like, what other ones do we have in this country? People not understanding when they're supposed to say you and me, or you and I, or me and you. And yeah, it's a whole minefield. And it only really applies if you're English. I think if you're from other countries, you could just get away with it. It doesn't matter. Oh, look at this! This shit is fun just to watch, let alone take part in. Ah, overextended. I keep doing it. The trick, though, is to run back towards your player, so at least you die in a stack of friendlies. The worst is when you die behind enemy lines, as it were. Moose, you're more scared of getting comments wearing Amanamarth shirts, causing Swedish Karens to go crazy about anything Viking related? Right, because Nazis and racists they love a lot of Viking imagery. This is a really big scrum here, isn't it? Okay, let's just pause for a minute. We're not in vengeance. Look at the performance. This is a proper Zerg on Zerg fight here. And the performance is pretty good. I'm feeling a bit of lag, for sure. And I'm sure it's just because it's... I don't know, maybe it's early in the day. I don't know what factors there are. We did see more wobbly performance yesterday, for sure. There's that bomber again. Excuse me? Etc. Oh, do you hate that one as well? Moose. Kindred spirits. Moy's writing, not as all. Yeah. Whoops, White Rose. Hello, hello. Hugs and love to all. Well, morning for me. Morning for me also. It's 11:30 here. You're very welcome on in. How's it going? I hope you've had a lovely weekend. Hope everyone's having a lovely weekend so far. Why am I just standing by my siege with no major resolve, no buffs going, no heals? I've positioned myself really awkwardly, haven't I? Like Americans, I asked a question. They just want to burn the country. I think that might be different. Isn't that to do with like... isn't that a dialect thing? Because we've got to be careful. Sometimes there are dialects with quote-unquote incorrect pronunciations of things. It's very hard to stay up to date, I feel like. And as we've said many times, like one that Europeans make fun of the Americans for is aluminum, not aluminium, like everyone else says. But on that case, the Americans are in fact correct. Aluminum is the original name. It's just because it sounds wrong. It sounds like it should be ium at the end. But we're actually mistaken. Hey, rather dashing. Good morning, Khan. Hope all is well. And Ripley Undead. Welcome on in. Dashing. Yeah, we're good. Thank you very much. Bit of a slow start in PvP. I arrived here and just nothing good was happening with the blues. But I think we've now found our mojo. Mojo. Soccer is correct as well, or equally correct. Yeah, I don't know that bothers anyone. It's just... Everyone around the world says football, and then they say American football to, you know, to define the one that only Americans play. Sorry, Canada. Whereas the Americans insist on just calling that football rather than American football. But yeah, again, kind of a separate thing, kind of a different situation. Yeah, again, you see it coming, and it's just like, what am I even going to do about that? If those people are going to... If someone dies in the middle, there's nothing I can do about that vicious death. Higher than a motherfucker, and right now watching awesome streamers. Oh, thanks, man. Streamers? Oh, it's just me, isn't it? Who else are you watching? And how dare you? Oh, no, that charm, that freaking charm. Goodness me. There is a camp. Oh, that was so perfect, the timing of that charm. Just as I was about to get out of the AoE, it was like, nope. Stand in it for a couple more ticks. No, it's so dumb. Every now and again, you can just squeeze through. And now I can't respawn. I'm just going to have to wait. What do we think? Should I think the blues will be inside in a minute. Sheldon Pooper. Some names I recognize from yesterday. Soccer is correct. Brits get upset with soccer all the time. Really? I don't think I've ever heard anyone... I think it's quite useful as a way of distinguishing that type of football from all the others. But like, I think that what I've come across in the UK is that the Australians, for example, they will talk about football, but they will often clarify Aussie rules football or Aussie football. Whereas the Americans never do that. They never feel like clarifying, oh, American football, you know, the one that no one else plays. And that's what amuses the rest of the world. But the Brits are equally guilty of that. Like, you know, what's the phrase? You know, to check your privilege when your country or culture has that much soft power. Nah, I'm just going to respawn at the keep and right back. But none of my mates are that into football, to be honest. In fact, do I have any friends that watch football? That's amazing. I live in the UK and I can't think of a single... Maybe my mate Ollie watches football. But, you know, the university I went to, the jobs that I had were full of middle-class people who will watch rugby and cricket. You know what I mean? So that's probably why. And that's not a good thing, by the way, to have like a lack of diversity in your friendship group. Actually, that fucking sucks. I read a survey which was incredibly depressing a few years back. I think it was during the pandemic, but the data was maybe gathered before, and it was talking about the type. It was a massive survey, like millions of Britons had been asked about who they socialize with, basically. And it was shocking how little crosstalk there was between different social groups, classes, I guess, for want of a better word. And the worst one was the working class. Like the poorest people didn't socialize with anyone who wasn't on the same economic rung as them. Which I can understand. The last thing you want to be reminded of is how much more money someone's got than you. But, yeah, not good. That's an unhealthy thing, isn't it? And very sad. Yeah, we are struggling to get in. What we need is someone to just... get on. We need to be on Discord for this to work, right? All of the blues here. Oistilo, thank you very much for the follow. Nobody's giving the Italian shit for calling it Calcio. What? Calcio. Explain. Schnacks. I don't get that reference. I'm too stupid to understand that. And Lena Butters, welcome on in. Welcome on in, everybody. If you weren't here the last time I said it, this is Khan. You're watching Ninja Pools, of course. We are in PvP today. It's a bit of a messy siege where we've reached a bit of a deadlock. We pushed the yellows all the way back here, and now we just can't get in. Typically, we can't close the deal. What we need is a blue bomber to get in there and take them all out. Come on, no. No. Oh, that stupid charm. Again. I took out a couple, but they'll be rezzed soon enough. Yeah, look, they're already being rezzed right away. But do they actually say that? Schnacks. I've been to Italy, and we talked about football a lot. Stayed in the area outside of Napoli for a few weeks. And I went out with these guys every night. I don't think they ever called it anything but football. But maybe that's just because I was there. I never knew that. Is that a thing? My brother-in-law's Italian as well. I guess I can ask him. That is interesting stuff. But yeah, like you're absolutely right. The point is, be consistent or just let it go. Right? That's the point you're making. Who cares what other people are calling it all the time? And this all started because I was making fun of Danny Filth from Cradle of Filth for saying etc. instead of etc. Like that to me just implies you're not really paying attention. But regional differences or cultural differences in how to label certain things or pronounce them, not bothered about that. Right, well I know where the camp is because I can see where they're coming from. Let's go and investigate. Cool. See, all I had to do was walk up to it. Someone's fire alarm again? What the fuck are they doing? Is what the C in AC Milan stands for? Good knowledge, I love it. Alright, well we're definitely making inroads now, it seems like. That's just the oil, isn't it? On meat bag. And a bash from someone. I love that that's the killing blow. I really thought that was it. Come on, Blues. Yeah, meat bag and cold fire. Need more healers in here. There are a couple. I see them doing God's work. Look at this guy. It's just not enough. Thanks, Monsieur Parkour. Thanks very much. Oh, we got a res. Alright. There, now we're running into some performance issues. Oh my goodness. Yeah, sorry stream. Sorry chat, this is probably not the smoothest thing to watch. But it's not the stream, it's just the game. Most my point was that the English and not the Americans came up with the word soccer, and I'll flame the Americans for using it. Yeah, like I said, I've never heard... I think only silly people do that. I've never heard anyone in the UK get mad about that. In fact, I think my old headmaster used to call it soccer. But he was very old school. And maybe my experience has been... Like, I've had a very specific and peculiar experience of the UK. I'm not sure I want to res anyone on that door until we're sure that the bomber is gone. There we go. I got there in the end. Man, that was... Place your bets. What are we going to get for the tick? What do you guys think? I'm just going to wait here until the tick arrives. I'm curious. I don't think it's going to be that big. Res, live a little, yeah. 9k? That'd be something. But that's fairly realistic, Moose, yeah. Well, welcome on in, everybody, if you just joined us. We are indulging in a little bit of White Straits Mayhem today on... well, this is the Blackreach campaign. And I'm on the Daggerfall Covenant, although I'm not particularly tied to either. I'll play whatever campaign stuff is happening in. I tend to default to Blackreach. I'm not sure why. And a lot of my characters are Dominion. My main is Pact, but for some reason, a lot of the characters that I enjoy playing PvP on the most are blue. So that is what I tend to be on these days. This is not my build. I should give a shout out to my buddy Pure and to the YouTuber Pelican, the PvPer. This is not a Pelican build, but I think it's very close to something that, that they put out in a video not too long ago. It's just a Magplar, Adric Spear with Storm Calling and Animal Companions, Rallying Cry Backbar, Mechanical Acuity Front Bar, which is just the gear I've been using on this Magplar for, for like a couple of years, I think, so not very imaginative, but it kind of works. The only boring bit is that I have to wait for the Acuity cooldown. If my ult is ready, but the Acuity isn't, I just kind of had to sit on that. Because if you try and blow your wad when, whoops, when stuff isn't ready, it's just not going to work. Or it's much less likely to work. Yeah, probably not gonna put down a ram, are we? Welcome to the family, Steve River. Nice name. And welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow, appreciate it. If you guys cast your eyes down to the bars on the bottom left, I try to keep those filled up every day, every week. The red one, obviously, that's subs. That is the health of the channel. Want to make sure we keep those topped up. I've arranged it like the resource bars in Oblivion. Thought that was fun. Right, no one's putting down siege. Let's get going. Enough of this fannying about. So yeah, if anyone's got subs lying around they don't know what to do with, I will politely suggest moving my siege closer to the bloody keep. Yeah, I'd politely invite you to spend them here with us. We do want to do things with this channel, and obviously we need support to do it. And we've had some lovely support in recent days as well. Want to acknowledge that. Yeah, this is an awkward one, isn't it? Have the blues moved around to the side? Whoa, that is a very, very noisy dirt bike that just went past my house. Quite far away, but I'm sure the mic picked that up. But yeah, how are you guys up? What are you guys up to this Sunday? Anyone going to be diving into PvP? I highly recommend it. So I think the thing to do here would be to siege the walls quickly. Definitely a Yamaha 160. No, absolutely nothing going on the sides. Why is nobody sieging? Come on, guys. It's not that difficult. Nah, I can't do shit from down there. I have no idea, but did hear it. You know, I assumed. FGB Troy, thank you for the joke. I appreciated that. It made me chuckle. Schnack's Grey Host has the perfect population for blue. I just queued on position 1. Are you there right now? Maybe that's where I should go. Hey, Troy, thanks very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Let's see if we can get a res here. None of you slotted an interrupt. Oh, I'm gonna die though. In the bin. I did get the res, but they're not gonna get up. Maybe we should go where Schnacks is. Yeah, nice, nice. I was gonna say my burst wasn't enough for that guy. I think he also dodged the ult, which is very annoying. Like, is that just bad luck, or are people actually seeing it coming? I refuse to believe they're seeing it coming. Why am I being invited to join a group? I wonder. Literally no one in that group whose name I recognize, but... I think I might, Schnacks, I'm tempted. How's Greyhost doing? How's it looking? One group member is already gone to Greyhost. What? Seems fun so far. I could turn my dailies in for Imperial City while I'm at it. Let's get that out of the way. So while I'm not a PvP expert, I will invite you guys to feel free to ask questions and what have you. Couldn't it have ported me a few moments earlier? That was slightly shameful. Alright, so I did that thing where I did a bunch of these dailies in advance on a couple of characters. There's a really good tip. Just, if you haven't done that yet, you can get in, like, late at night. Actually, I should... Yeah, I'm at 10 out of 12, so I need to go and spend them. So let's get out of here. Back into Tamriel proper. And spend some of these event tickets. Just a reminder that everything this year is Julianos themed. Very fitting, given that we just mourned the passing of Julian Le Fay, like one of the founding fathers, often called the father of the Elder Scrolls series. He's the one who, along with Ted Peterson, came up with the campaign setting for their D&D games. They made the first few games together. And yeah, very sad. We lost him just a few days back. And he was an absolute hero. Did some very, very cool things back in the early days of video game RPGs. And was not an old man. He was 59 or something. Like, crazy young. But yeah, Julianos was named after him. So kind of fitting that all of the swag this year is themed around that. In particular, we're getting the first 2 parts of this new mount. I think I've already got one part of it. Fragment, I should say, that's the terminology. R.I.P., yeah, rest in peace, legend. Absolutely. Yeah, so this is the one. And that's it now, I am up to date. That's everything I can buy. Apart from these. But yeah, a little preview of the spider in question. Let's have a look. That's actually, that's not a bad tip. You can preview these collectibles anytime. If you're behind and you want to look at like which ones should I get up to speed with, you know, when they come around again. That's pretty fun. It's nothing like earth-shattering, but it's pretty cool. And it's free. So yeah, the first 2 pieces of that are in this event. So do your dailies, absolutely. Do it. You can grab it here, you can grab it from... Where are we looking? Events right there, I'm being blind. Alright, let's go Greyhost. I don't usually do a lot of campaign hopping. Hey, I made rank 20. You can see how little I've PvP'd with this character. I would just hop in when the events are on, basically. I must have like 10 characters that are all between level 15 and level 30. And none of them have gone beyond that. It's very bad. I should really like commit to one character and get them to Grand Overlord. That'd be cool. Alright, here we are. Looks like the blues are actually up there, potentially. Should actually turn in a daily first. Dumb, should do that first. Reminder, you get 2 for Cyrodiil and Battleground dailies. You get 1 ticket for an Imperial City daily.
The Covenant's strength lies in its warriors. My own sea's bright
Very good far.
must not falter.
That's a long way. But it looks like the blues might be at Arius. Let's go check it out. Moose. I just saw someone spell necklace as knecklace. I take back everything bad I've said about other misspellings. You know that weird silent K in knife and knoll and knee and need and all these words, that is a Scandinavian thing. What is knife in Swedish, Moose? In Danish it's knut. There's no way. Yeah, knee in Danish is knæ, and knut is knife, and knoll is like your skull, your head. The silent K in a lot of English words. Not that many, but it's like the English language is just a product of having been invaded literally and figuratively by other cultures and other languages over and over again. That's basically what it comes from. Like, the Romance influence is there in the Norman invasion. Obviously, the Romans before that. And then again, in the Renaissance, so you get, like, multiple versions of the same word reintroduced multiple times throughout history. Like, there are loads of examples of this, but, like, the verb to chastise, you know, to tell someone off, to give somebody shit, basically. That is from castigare in Latin, right? But, and that arrived probably with the Romans or with the Norman conquest, I don't know. But, you know, people who spoke French or a Romance language arriving as a ruling elite in the British Isles, or parts of it. And then it got reintroduced in during the Renaissance, so much more recently, when a lot of, you know, scientific words were added to European languages, straight from Latin and Greek. And that became the word castigate, which is the same. Like to chastise and castigate. Why are we talking about this? This is very nerdy shit. Yeah, it's actually a Scandi thing. And it is knut in Swedish. Awesome, seems to be an easy language to learn. The issue with English is that because it is such a mishmash, it's a complete mess. You know, if it were a game, you'd call it spaghetti code. It means that it's full of bugs and broken things and things that don't make sense. Not least in terms of grammar, but also pronunciation. Like, the pronunciation in English is whack. You know, think of words like bow and though and cough and through. Rough. These are all spelt the same, but they're all pronounced differently. What the fuck? Very weird. Luckily, I learned English when I was super young, so I didn't really notice any of that. But people who learn it as adults definitely complain. I'm just gonna head straight for that farm. Seems like a good time, right? Anyway, Chehinamoth, how's it going? How's your weekend been so far? And what's your mother tongue, if you don't mind me asking? Doing fine? Awesome. I told this story just a couple of days ago, so I won't do the whole thing, but when we do tipsy trials here in Ninja Pools, we will often have... What we do is we'll pass the raid lead to different people in the group, And as we get more and more boozy, the sort of the rules or the gimmick that we have to follow for each trial become more and more bizarre. And one of my favorite ones was when I asked... I was the raid lead, but I would take turns every time I got to a new trash pull or a boss. I would ask somebody in the group to explain the mechanic very briefly in their mother tongue, in their first language. And that was fantastic. We found out that the word catapult is the same in like every freaking language ever. And we heard a Tamil explanation of what the infusers do in Kind Aegis. That's one of my favorite moments ever in ESO. I don't think anyone except the guy speaking it had ever heard Tamil before. And it was just like the most beautiful... Like, none of us understood anybody said. But it just seemed like the most beautiful raid call-out ever. Arabic, then French. Nice! Learned English later. Dark Epic Troll, welcome on in. Right, healer, you're pissing me off. No, that's the wrong target. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's it. Line up for me. Yesterday, I got the daily with one of the... It was another, like... oh, excuse me. It was another, like, far behind enemy lines resource that I was capping. And the swarm of yellows arrived to take it back just as it flipped. So I just managed to get the daily just in time. Dark Epic Troll. I got to pause for a minute and give kudos to that name. That is awesome. As a Scandinavian, I have a bit of a weakness for this kind of stuff. Pretty sure you've never heard of Kabyle before. Am I even pronouncing that right? No. I'm going to go with no. I certainly don't know exactly what you mean. And, Izaka, what were you saying? You don't know how to get to Estivalia? Yeah, from Denmark. Originally, yeah. Is it a skill difference? I can't take resources on my own, Granny Lover. Probably to do with the build, like, do the guards kill you? Do they overwhelm you? It's not that easy, as you can see. I had to kind of take it slow, because you can easily run out of resources. Like, a typical PvP setup doesn't go indefinitely. You have to manage your resources. We don't have the same kind of sustain. You die a lot of the time. Higher resists, higher armor. Like, when I'm buffed... I'm at 29k, almost at 30k spell resist. Physical is a little bit behind. I wonder if that person had the daily as well. They just managed to get here in time. Beautiful. Are they just going to take all three? Cause some trouble? Well, Granny Lover, yeah, check your armor stats. And then keep your heals rolling. And don't rush, I guess. If you get yourself to the point where you can mitigate and sort of stave off the incoming damage from multiple guards, then that should serve you well in terms of fighting other players as well. Obviously, this is going to be a bad example now. Yeah, but you look, it's not just you. This guy's taking a lot of damage there. Suddenly had to do a panic dodge roll and streak. But you'll notice I'm just trying not to be dumb. I'm focusing one target at a time. You can take out the healers first. Because they're weaker, you can kill them very quickly. And they heal the others, which is obviously annoying as shit. You can also take these guys out quickly if you want. I tend to get rid of the healers first, and then just take my time with the rest. But yeah, keep up your buffs, keep your heals going. You should be alright. But yeah, the problem with PvPing, which I've already done a couple of times today, is to burn your resources too fast, and then when the worm turns, you know, and you have to be on the defensive, you got no juice left to block or dodge roll with or whatever. Classic rookie mistake, but I make it all the time. I've got 3 pieces heavy. Chest, legs, and head are heavy. I think shoulders and boots are medium. Yeah, and then the 2 smallest pieces are light. So it's 3 heavy, all reinforced. So the armor value is higher. Reinforced, reinforced, reinforced. And the rest are like a mix of impen and divines and... yeah. I think the 3 reinforced you can't really go wrong. And then it depends what you're dying to, whether you want to go with divines, impen, well-fitted, love well-fitted. But I don't think you can go wrong with impen, really. Impenetrable. Ho-ho! Oh no! Stupid CC. I completely messed up that. But that's fine, I get a free port back. Tried a couple of your choices. I'm by no means an expert, but these are fairly typical things that I think almost anyone would recommend. So I think I'm fairly safe making those recommendations. Yeah. Yeah, I hope that helps. But definitely, it's definitely not just you who can die. It's very easy to suddenly get overwhelmed taking a resource. Speaking of which... is there someone in the tower? Yeah, but it's a friendly. Now, because I blew my ult on those other guys, I now need to build it up. That's a good trick as well. If you've already taken it, you can just light attack one of these guys, get them to come running, and then use whatever ulti-gen passive you have and just light attack them to get your ult back for when you meet other players. Again, very, very standard stuff. You see people doing it all the time. Dexter, you do want to stack impen if you're not wearing sets like Rallying Cry, Chest, Force. Yeah. I love that. I recognize that behavior from myself. So, like when someone comes running to see what's up, that's a few more players than I'd like to deal with. And they just back off. Haven't run into Schnacks yet. Let's keep an eye out, guys. Galatax, hey, hey, hey. Hey yourself, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely Sunday. It's just after midday here. At Ninja Pool's headquarters. Somewhere in England. How many are we talking? Not that many. Enough to be a threat, for sure. Hello. Well, there's one fewer that we won't have to deal with. Yeah, I'm not falling for that one. Whenever they run inside the tower like that, Damn it. Almost had that guy. Fuck off. These little NPCs. Yeah, I don't know if we've got a shot. This group looks, they move like they are organized, like they're on Discord together or something. Ah, man. I do feel a little bit cheated every now and again. Like my single target abilities like Executioner and like Javelin just aren't working because the target isn't where they appear to be on screen. Inevitable to some degree in an MMO, but yeah, during white streaks, that kind of stuff always gets a little bit worse. Shnax is at Alessia. Alright, I'll head down there next. Grenade lever using Wretched Vitality and Rallying Cry. Heavy reinforced chest, light belt. The rest medium, well fitted, fully buffed. It's a 24k. Yeah, try an extra piece of heavy. Are you also making sure you're getting minor resolve as well as major? Run! Run away! Oh shit. Man, this person's really thirsting for me, huh? Yeah, the targeted abilities are so fucked. And I think I hit his blast points as well with that spear. The javelin. I'm not sure, but it didn't seem to do anything to him. Yeah, I guess with white streaks, you just got to embrace a certain level of fuckery as far as the servers are concerned. And honestly, this time it hasn't been too bad. I think I'm right in saying that they do allocate extra resources to PvP during these events, which is why you get people complaining that trials feel a little bit sluggish or whatever, because I don't know if that's true or if it's just in our heads, but you hear that a lot, that during a PvP event that PvE performance is a little bit nerfed. Oh no, your game just crashed, Snacks. Just as I'm on my way there. Let me know when you're back in. I'll keep an eye out. Alessia fights are always some of the best. I don't know. I don't even know why. Oh, you got Bound Aegis. Alright. Yeah, major and minor resolve. And then you could also use blue CPs to give yourself resistances if that is going to be... if that's going to help, if you're not getting them from elsewhere, you know? There's a ganker around. I need some... Oh, sorry, bro. I actually don't necessarily want him to die that fast. I didn't have my ult back yet. Oh my god. Alright, that's too many of them. I need to beat a hasty retreat. Oh, that's a lot of them. Oh, that's it. I'm in the bin. What the hell happened there? Fun, fun, fun. So everyone's at Alessia, basically. This is going to be fun. I see what you mean, Method. Method 00001. Subclassing Ruin PvP and Double Ruin PvE 2. Because ZOS will now nerf pure classes too. I mean, if you look at the week 3 changes, that's exactly the opposite of what they're doing. Week 1 changes, you're absolutely right. That was one of the many problems. In fact, it wasn't even the biggest problem, in my opinion. It wasn't the biggest problem I had, but it was a major problem with those changes. Like, okay, so you created these problems, these balance issues, and now you're going to nerf the pure classes? It isn't the right way. Like, if there's no other choice between nerfing pure classes and having no balance, then, yeah, obviously nerf the shit out of the pure classes. People who don't want a subclass can just get over it, but there wasn't that choice. You know, it was not either or. So I completely agree with you. In week 1, that was very, very discouraging. Is that the right word? Dispiriting, disappointing, all of the disses. But in week 3, oh, they told us in week 2 what they were doing, and in week 3 they've actually done it. A lot of that stuff has been walked back. But yeah, you're right. They need to figure out a way of doing this without messing it up. I think one of the reasons they are a little bit lax about subclassing, quote-unquote, ruining PvP is that they don't think it's going to be here for that long. You know, once Cyrodiil Vengeance is over, all that testing is done, Wheeler is going to put together a new version of Cyrodiil where some things are probably going to be switched off. And I would bet you that subclassing is going to be one of them. And frankly, I think people are going to be happy. More often than not, I think people will be receptive to this. I think people should not get carried away with thinking that Cyrodiil Vengeance is the thing that they're aiming for. They have literally said, this is not a thing that we want, this is a test. You know? But yeah, I think Matt Firewall pretty much made that clear to me at the pre-reveal. We got like a day early, we got to look at Solstice and what they were doing with Update 46. And I asked him immediately. There was a Q&A they did after the pre-reveal. And one of my very first question was about PvP. And he basically said, don't worry about it because we've got Vengeance. Yeah, again, the desync is a little bit wonky. Like, I'm pretty sure that guy just thought he streaked through me, but he missed me completely because I wasn't where I appeared to be on his screen. And again, like, I can't hit him with anything because he's a little bit further ahead than it appears. Almost got him down. That was a shame. Ah, he's just doing what I was doing now, just running around. It gets boring very quickly when that's all that's happening. It's why people like high damage metas, because you don't get... I can't blame this guy. This is exactly what I was doing like 2 minutes ago, you know? When I was in trouble, I ran around until I could get my resources back in line. And then tried to turn and burn, but it is dismal and boring just doing that over and over. Lazy Plays, I like that name. Welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. And method, so Vengeance, go for main PvP. I see. Okay, thank you. Right, yeah. And Erin, subclassing Cat is out of the box now. It'll be hard to put it back. Well, I don't think it will. If they go to... If after all the Vengeance testing, they say, right, here is our proposed new model for Cyrodiil. One of the things we're doing is separating PvE and PvP. Either we will... So this is a lot of ifs, right? But either we will get a situation where... where there is no subclassing at all. Yeah, like I said, boring. Just finding them like coming out and not doing anything, and then he teabags the ground. No, we're not just going to go in there so you can run around accomplishing nothing. Right, here we go. Yeah, it's very frustrating, like nothing is hitting. Movement speed can be very powerful in that regard. Like you can just move so fast that nothing really hits you. I've definitely done that before. And you just move erratically, and the lag will save your ass. But yeah, sorry, Erin. So it was like the idea that we either won't be able to subclass at all, or the only subclassing we'll be able to do is with these single morphs that are unique to PvP. So it'll be way easier to balance. It won't offer the same... There are no passives, for example, in Vengeance, so that shows a willingness for them to either turn off passives, or maybe make unique PvP passives, you know, that kind of thing. So I think they will be willing to put the cat back in the box, or the genie back in the bottle. You know what I mean? Always play solo in Cyrodiil? Pretty much. Because organizing a group takes time. And you have to, like, sort out your sets and comp yourself a little bit. Make sure you have enough cross heals. You're not duplicating debuffs and stuff like that. And although that is exactly what I do for PvE, we do teaching trials, we do prog groups, all of that stuff all week long. That's what I'm doing in PvE. So I have nothing against it. I could do that stuff. I don't have a quote-unquote a fixed group for PvP. And generally, I don't make or have time for PvP outside of the events either. And that's bad. Because I love it. It's really good. I wish I was better at it. There are some issues, you know, like the server performance, the unfair amount of power accruing to ball groups, for example, tightly optimized groups of players. So yeah, there are definitely big issues with it, but it's an aspect of the game I would like to spend more time in, really. How about you guys? I have quite a few friends who they would go into Cyrodiil solo, but one of the reasons they probably don't is that all of their builds are put together in the way that I just described. right? So they generally will go in small scale, like 3 people, 2 people minimum, maybe as many as 5, 6. So not a big group, not even a mini Zerg, but just a small scale group where you can accomplish more stuff, especially when you coordinate your burst and all that kind of thing. That is when you can erase those really tanky players and other groups that seem to be unkillable. Hello. Person with the bucket on their head. Everything's popping off at Alessia still, apparently. Although not for the blues, it would seem. So easy, Tiger. Started ESO 5 months ago. Just got to level 1000. Your videos helped a lot. Thanks, bro. How's your PvP event going? Today is a little bit slow, as you can see. It's a bit patchy. Yesterday was awesome. Some really, really good fights. Stuff was moving. We were pushing forward. We were getting pushed back. Today, it's probably just that it's a bit quieter. And it's a little bit early still. I don't know. But, feels a bit more sleepy in Cyrodiil. Alistone Blackwolf, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in, everybody. Thanks for the follows today. Really, really appreciate it. And, of course, if you've been following a while, if you've been watching a while, you want to support what we do, we really, really, really do need those subs. So please consider chucking us a sub on here. Or, you know, chamber it for later after you've watched a few more streams and have really let me earn it. Either way, I'll do my very best to earn all of that support. We've had some really great stuff in the last few days, but I want to get better at asking for that stuff. Sundays are chill, absolutely. But in PvP, that's not always what you want, is it? But Granny Lover, yeah, I generally would rather play in a group. It's way more fun, but it requires a bit more organization. Unless you're really good at 1vxing, which I'm not. And this isn't a setup for 1vxing either, but that is really cool. I see the appeal. I'm pretty new to the game. Only started playing PvP at around CP 600. A lot of research done. Most of the time I just plus in chat and follow a group around. Well, there we go. Yeah, that works. Absolutely. There's a lot of plussing up in chat. Kamala is under attack, apparently. Let's check that out. Almost made the jump. Fucked it. Yeah, I'm not particularly wedded to PvP. I've done my dailies. We can go and do anything we want. Anything at all. Teaching trials will be starting up again soon in Ninja Pools, so we'll probably be streaming some more of that. Zamori, welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow. How's it going? Hope you're having a lovely weekend. Trials! Yeah. Hey, Maya. That's Maya, everyone. Our beloved co-host here on the channel. Well, the host, really. Granny Lover, I'm down for whatever. Nice. As long as there's a granny involved, you'll hit that shit. Too gross? I'm sorry. Granny Lover, I don't know if you're... With a name like that, I'm guessing you might be in the UK. Do you remember... This is a long time ago. I think it's more than 10 years ago. Definitely more than 10 years ago. Wayne Rooney got busted for having had... Basically, he got down with a granny when he was just in his 20s or something like that, and it was everywhere, all over the news. I kind of felt bad for him because he's not, you know, super talented athlete, but not the smartest or best looking fella on the circuit, and he got mocked mercilessly for this. Oh, that was easy. That was unexpectedly easy. Almost feel bad. Whoa, that's a lot of CP. Look at that. 3,546. From Belgium, actually, but that sounds funny as fuck. Yeah, it was brutal. Like, it was genuinely funny. And I think that was the first time I heard the phrase, dumber than a box of rocks. And this was used in, like, a mainstream publication, saying that Wayne Rooney's fucked a granny, and everyone was just making fun of him for it, and it's pretty harsh. But the beginning of the article was, so, we all know that Rooney's dumber than a box of rocks, but, ... And to this day, I remember that phrase, dumber than a box of rocks. Madder than a box of frogs is another one. Good stuff. Oh, we got a marshmallow attack here. Well, maybe I should, Hey, I gotta take a call real quick. Let me just get inside here. I'll mute for a moment, be right back. Never mind, that was a trash call. A really bad one as well. I hate those. So it looks like they're running to retake Kamala. That completely threw me off. Where were we? Hey, Salty Jerka. Or Salty Yirka. If Maya were here, she'd probably pronounce that Yirka or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, welcome on in. Apologies for all the bad pronunciations today. How's it going? How are you? Thank you very much for the follow. Only thing I've got is a firebolt ballista, which is kind of rubbish. Or whatever, it's better than nothing. Oh yeah, we were about to do a marshmallow attack, weren't we? I'm just gonna... We'll cap this place, Isaac, and then we'll do it. For those who are wondering, what is a marshmallow attack? What the hell? This is where myself or Maya, whoever's here, today it's just me. That was a... Oh shit. That was a decent brawler bomb there. I reacted too late. It won't stop us though. Hey, there's snacks. Thank you, man. Yeah, it didn't barely even slowed us down. As I already got the free mount pet and the 2 pieces, comfortable spider chassis and the control rod, but I don't know how to get the last piece. You cannot. Don't worry, you haven't missed anything. You can't get it yet. That will be available in the next event, which I think is going to be an Undaunted event. Are we not capped yet? Yeah, method. Not available yet, if I remember correctly. You do indeed remember correctly. What's he keep saying? You cannot use this item while moving. There we go. These can be so damn buggy. Oh, I've got some weird desync then. That's the issue. Norosh Grotumrak. Good name. But yeah, in the meantime, Azaki, you could get yourself a couple of other things. You can get group repair kits, so that if you're in a trial or whatever, you can repair everyone's gear that they're wearing in one go after the 8th wipe. That could be very nice. You can get yourself commendations for the Fighters Guild, Mages Guild, and Undaunted. Hey! Dark Lord Venger has arrived. Welcome on in. How's it going? Happy Sunday. You're just in time for a marshmallow attack. So if anyone's wondering what this is when I got the call a minute ago. I just have to eat a marshmallow whilst reading, singing, or reciting something on stream. And it's a giant marshmallow. I can barely fit it inside my face. So that's why chat loves it. It's where we do one almost every stream now. We have one of these. And I usually see if I can find a lore book or a tooltip. Can anyone think of a tooltip for a set that I'm likely to have on me? Or like on one of my characters? Or just a lore book that we can find. Yesterday we did a book of Bosma jokes, wasn't it? Tamianth, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. The Pig Children. We could go with this one. No, I bought the glyph mount part by accident. Oh, Venger! Thank you so much. Wow, that is our daily goal. Just taken care of right there. Thank you so much. So kind. Amazing. Now, am I stupid, or... It says we're at 12 out of 10. But it's 5 out of 10. Well, whatever. We're not going to worry too much about that. Thank you so much for the sub. And just for you, Venja, have you got any requests for what I should read while I do this really silly little bit on stream for you guys? Should I just go ahead and read The Pig Children, or is there something else? Let me grab the marshmallow while you guys think about it. No requests. Alright, let's just do this. Let's do this. In the meantime, while you're listening to this absolute nonsense from me, reminder to stay hydrated. Grab yourself a drink of cold something, or a hot something if you prefer. Stretch your legs. Flex your shoulders. Keep all that stuff nice and limber and flexible. Right, here I go. I'm going to stick this marshmallow in my face and attempt to read this lore book while eating it. My apologies in advance. Buckle up. The Pig Children, by Tristan Blaine. No one, not the oldest darkness of Mount Douglas or the infant phase of solitude himself, can call upon in the earth. Did not language of their Samuel. Whatever foul and pestilent danger of oblivion conjures them both, they scarcely have created a more constant threat to the well-being of the civilized races of Tamriel than the obnoxious orc. Orcs are thankfully easy to recognize from other humanoids by their size. Commonly 40 patans in height and 15,000 angaids in weight. Their brutal pig-like features and their stench. They are consistently... oh my goodness. They're consistently belligerent, morally grotesque, intellectually moronic, and unclean. So this guy's a real peach. Tristan Bane's a fucking racist. Lame. Must try harder, Tristan Bane. Anyway, there we go. And not everybody left, so thank you for that. That's a lot of sugar. Anyway, thank you again for the subs. The name is Mick, Sandy Dutch, Scorch, Fernicus, and Anix. Enjoy a month of ad-free viewing. And please, yeah, do return. I'll make the most of it. We stream almost every day on this channel. So, actually, a sub here is potentially valuable. Anyway, moving on. You know what? I'm gonna open. I've had this iced coffee next to me for a while now. I'm gonna break the seal on that sucker because now my mouth is full of the taste of sugar, which is not nice. Sadly, it's not a homemade iced coffee, but it's still pretty good. Maya bought it for me. There we go. By the way, everything that you're seeing right now, I'm just doing with my right hand. No jokes, please. My left hand is busy with the iced coffee, but I've got these all bound to my mouse. If you play ESO for a while and you do writs and dailies and shit like that, and just, you know, the very chill gameplay that gives you a lot of resources for your time, this is a very good trick. So to bind a button to the auto run, mount, M for map, so that you can just like click the map. Literally just doing this all with the mouse. And then, you know, block to get off the mount. And also E and R, which I can't really interact with anything just here. But it means you can do like 80% of daily stuff. Also sprint. That's the wrong button. See what's going on at the mine. The event has 10 days left. If I get all the tickets, I'll have 30 tickets. But to buy the glyph mount parts, I will spend 15, and I would have 15 left. No, you'll be fine. Zach, the fragments that you see in this event will be available next event as well. They don't tend to disappear until the end of the year. So I think, chat, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what happens is the pet becomes available. It's almost always a pet first. And then, oh, there's the player. Okay. And of course, I just blew my... Oh, I didn't need the Mercurity prop, it seems. And then while the pieces for the logical rune extraction, these are all available until the last one becomes available. Then they all disappear, and the next event you'll get the ones for this. You know, the outfit. So, for example, these two will still be available next event when the Whirring Dwarven Dynamo becomes available. Then next event after that, they will all disappear, and they won't come back until we get the end of year. I think at the end of the year, when we're going to be collecting pieces for this house, it's going to be a free house, in case you didn't know. A chapel of Julianos. Then I think all collectibles for that year might then come back. But like I said, chat, please do correct me. Belorda's agreeing with me, that must mean I'm correct. If Belorda agrees, Them's the rules. No, because you gain tickets next event, and the bits from this event will be available. Yeah, there we go. Thanks, Avenger. And Isaac, I only care about the mounts, so I hope they don't put one in the next event. I mean, it could be fun to get all of the stuff, but yeah. The mount is probably the coolest thing, but definitely get the house. Now, that is by far the biggest, and if you've not been playing ESO that long, I can even show you guys later if people want to see it. I've shown it on stream already. It's not on the live server yet, but we can check it out on PTS. It's a beautiful, beautiful house. Kind of different. Anyway, we've got an ad break incoming. And I'll see you guys on the other side of that. In the meantime, Bruma still under attack. Should we check it out? Yeah. Max Bashirov saying I use right mouse button for moving forward in almost every game. It's a layout I picked up during the early Doom deathmatch days. Wow. I know exactly what you're talking about. That's not a thing I've ever gone for, but yeah, I get it. It's definitely a thing that a lot of us do, right? Is rebinding keybinds the moment we start a new game. And it becomes clear that, oh, this is not the control scheme I'm used to. Rather than sort of recalibrating ourselves, our brains, we tend to rebind the keys, right? Balorda. During next event will be the third part for the mount, but as I already said, at the end of the year, every piece will be available again. Yep. Yeah, so no worries. I should go back to the base and craft some more potions. I may as well do that now. Bruma still hasn't flipped. What's up with that? Okay, now it's flipped. Nice. Hey, Maya. She's still here. What did I say? I was gonna head back to the base, get some potions on the go. How many tickets will I need to get the new house? Same as always, it'll be 45, because you'll need this, the stone wisp, and that's 5 per fragment, and then you morph that pet into the new thing. It's not been added yet, so we can't see it here, but it's going to be just like the spider. 3 things that cost 10 tickets each. So 30 for the morph, and 15 for the base morphing collectible. So yeah, it's always 45. Where is the alchemy station? There. Practically looking at it. Oh yeah, there's a little alchemist's hut. And Belorda, regarding pieces which can be purchased from the assistant, those are seasonal and will return every year in Q1 to Q4. Same thing for the Indrik parts, which can be bought in Belkarth, Craglorn. Absolute font of knowledge. Yeah, thank you for the clarification. And Izakio, so I'll have to decide for now whether to choose the house or the mount if I already have the pet. You can get the pet fragments are available every event. So as you can see, I've got the pet right now. I also have a second one ready to go. So as soon as that mount is finished, as soon as I have these 3, I will combine them, consume the pet. It will disappear from my inventory. Stone wisp. There it is. That will disappear from my inventory. And I'll then be able to use these 3 fragments to create a new one. Like, I can't combine them right now because it says you already own every collectible granted by this combination. So you can buy... You can have these 3, like, chambered, ready to go before you've spent the existing pet. Then you get a new pet, spend it again. So yeah, you should be able to get them out next event, and then collect a new pet, and then get the house by the end of the year. You would have to miss a lot of days and miss a lot of ticket drops in order to miss out. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Gone flexing with his pets. Shoot! Forgot to get my tickets yesterday. Yeah, I was going to remind you, but you'd already gone to bed by the time I thought of it. You'd already gone to sleep, I mean. I suppose I should have just got them for you. Shit. That would have been the nice thing to do, wouldn't it, Maya? Didn't occur to me. Man brain. Balorda. Is it really just 3 bonus parts for the house? Ooh, yes, you're right. That was a bigger one, but that was the 10th anniversary. Usually it is just... I don't know if that's on PTS. You know what? We should check. We should check on PTS later on if that is if that's on there. Sorry, let me actually check what's going on. This seems like definitely the place where we want to be. Alessia, let's go. How do you have so many alchemy materials? OMG, I just have played the game a while. And I do writs, and yeah. As you can see, I'm spamming these potions. I make a ton of potions, but yeah, I do my writs, I do a lot of surveys. You kind of have to. Or you have to buy them. There was a girl at my school called Alessia. Always occurred to me that was a really fun name. She was pretty fucking badass as well. I liked her. You know, one of those kids that when you're like 12, you don't realize, you know, they sort of blend in, but by the time you're leaving school at like 17, 18, you realize that, oh, that person is actually really cool. Like a real individual. I had that experience with quite a few people at school that never really thought that much of them in the early days. And because she's such a towering figure in the ESO lore, that name has since grown in stature in my mind. Saint Alessia. Kind of a big deal. Dark Lord Venger. I regularly do that for my partner, Maya. You have my sympathies. I've done it for Maya plenty of times as well, but for some reason, didn't even think of it yesterday. So I might just be in time to leech the tick on this one. Hell yeah. A 40k warden? No. I'm good. I'm good, thank you very much. I'm not going to attack that. Looks like I may have missed everything. Yeah, alchemy service and playing the game for a longer period of time will fill your crafting back up. Yeah, the only people I know who've been playing for ages and don't have any mats are the ones who don't do their writs, or they don't do many writs. They'll do them on like 3 characters, whereas if I have time, I'll try to do them on 20. Right, let's see if we can make something happen here. That was easy. Now let's retreat, regroup. Hey, it's Nozo! Or I'm not fighting Nozo. A, because he's awesome, and B, he will kill me. Too much respect. I'm not even gonna... No. If you don't know Nozo, that's G-N-O-Z-O. Yeah, you can check out Nozo's YouTube. He doesn't have time to do like every build under the sun for every patch, but what he does have in terms of content is always very good. Oh dear. Yeah, don't want to fight that guy. Same as it's if Nozo, we're not friends or anything, but it's the same as if I run into my buddies in PvP. You'll just like teabag the ground and walk away, or bunny hop around. Like Maya and Bislobo running into each other the other day, and he was just there hopping around saying, "Hello, Maya, hello." We couldn't hear him, but we knew that's what he was saying. But then, of course, a blue Zerg came over the hill, saw Maya standing next to a yellow, and killed him. It was a sad day. Kind of sorted out my inventory several times, and if you've seen my inventory, you know that's a big one. But Lorda, I'm a hoarder. You're also a poet. Did you know that? 20 characters, doing writs daily and collecting all surveys. Only once I destroyed some surveys Blackwood afterwards. They were awful and a waste of time collecting them. Yeah, I was so glad they changed those. I was one of the people that posted on the forums like, please fix these. They also fixed some of the ones on Solstice, didn't they? They had some complaints. I remember getting really angry. I think it's here? Is it here? Somewhere around here. Maybe there, yeah. There's like a little pool with alchemy reagents around it. That sucked. Definitely not Dex. I'm worried, I just revealed myself completely to that player. What's going on? Those kills were way too easy. Again, somebody must have loosened it for me, right? You know when someone passes you a jar of pickles? That kind of thing. Dark Lord Avenger. I do mine on all 20 regularly, which leads to mornings like this, where I'm running zone to zone to clear out a ton of surveys my writs have generated. Yeah, I mean, you were there in the closing hours of our 24-hour stream. I think I spent over 2 hours doing surveys, and I wasn't even done by the end of it. Ludicrous. They need to release a companion that can do this for you. It would just be incredible. And like I've said before, they could even get the companion to generate a smaller amount of resources than if you went to do them yourself. Izaka, what do you prefer? Farming to get materials and make the potions, glyphs, or getting the gold to buy the things? I would say getting the gold to buy the things, because generating gold in this game is absurdly easy. However, I kind of do both. Yeah, it's just line of sight using the lag, isn't it? Look at him. He's very good at it. Like, he should be dead like 5 times over, but my execution is, by the time they finish casting, maybe we should try animation cancelling. It's one of the few abilities where animation cancelling will make the impact land earlier, I believe. So if you bash cancel. He doesn't seem to have any damage at all. Or maybe he's just focusing other people, but no one's died. Alright, now let's try it. Oh, it's so irritating. Completely ruined my burst as well. Oh, he's got some damage. I'll take it back. Just not a lot. But yeah, fair play. I can't do that. I have trouble fending off that many people for that long. It's annoying to fight people who are good at it, but that doesn't mean it isn't skillful, you know? Yeah, Duck Revenge depends how much free time I have. Honestly, Azaka, you can kind of be in a position where you have both. You know, where you both have the materials, but also plenty of gold to buy them if you need to. That's kind of the privileged position I'm in. And that simply comes from playing a lot of trials, but also doing a lot of surveys, writs, stuff like that in between times. This is not going to go well, but fuck it. Yeah, like I said, it's not going to go well. 3-on-1, why would I even? They just look so inviting standing there, you know? And the Nickelodeon, these kind of fights are so boring. Yeah, I know what you mean. Absolutely. And I don't really have the patience for that kind of shit. What else is happening? Some stuff over at Bleakers. Let's head over there, have a look. So check if you've got a Solstice Alchemy server to see if they fixed it. I can't remember if it was in the patch notes for live or just PTS. It's hard to remember sometimes, isn't it? You know you've read it somewhere, but where? So I can't even remember if it was on the live server yet. But yeah, please do. If you've got, if you do have one, let us know. But Lord, you got over 100 million plus gold, and you got all the materials. Yeah. I don't have 100 million at the moment. I've got like 60 or 70 million. Because I just spent a huge amount on crown crates. If comp is free, or with ESO Plus, I agree, you can get a bit less mats. But it's for money like all assistants, we must get all back like we do surveys ourselves. Yeah, if it's, if the companion, yeah. If it is an addition to the game, yeah, you're right.
Hello there.
Then it would have to be something which is... You're right, that I hadn't really thought about that. It does seem like a pay-to-win type situation. This is so me. The one guy who doesn't retreat when everyone else does. Hello there. And hey Maya, what's up? Maya's spending her channel points. How's your leg, Maya? Poor Maya. Legs acting up again. One calf muscle. Just giving jip. Oh, hello. Almost got ganked. He's lucky to survive that, it seems. Right, what's going on? Yeah, you just like straight up leave the battlefield, Nickelodeon. Good name, by the way. Balorda's investigating for us. Jesus. Alright, I get it. I got a little bit too close. The thirst. Oh, come on, don't... The people who just run round a tree. I mean, it does work. You can't really blame anyone, but... Oh, this looks hella cool at night time. Look at that. Look at all the little lights on the battlements. Oh, look at all that lag on the battlements as well. Jeez. It's almost worth just... I'm just going to do something weird and drop a siege way out of range. Just so we can see the battlefield a little bit better. Dark Lord Avenger off for lunch. Have a good rest of the stream. You too. Have a lovely weekend. Thank you so much. A little bit too far away, maybe. But it looks super cool, right? Dexter. Line of sight is a strong mechanic. Isn't really taught in PvE. Should practice that. If you ever get to PvP. Well, I should. Oh, I know all about it. And I can do it when needed. Like I just did it earlier today. But it isn't really a skill. It's just... I mean, it is. But it is, it's a product of the lag, isn't it? It's sort of a bug. But an unfixable one that isn't the dev's fault. It's just the nature of an MMO. No. Speaking of lag. Oh, it's getting super choppy in here. It's like I'm poor, I have few materials, but it's because I have 150 hours in the game. But if I prefer to get the gold. Yeah, the thing is that the game will give you lots of gold just for doing something you would want to be doing anyway. That's how you make it turn in your favor, right? The equation. Thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, sorry, Maya. That sucks. We need to figure out what we can do to look after it more whilst you're still working. Alright, we just need to pick one target that overextends a little bit. Either that, or we just need to get back to actually sieging the damn keep. Because literally nobody seems to be bothering with it. Balorda, it's still a mess. After turning off grass, you were able to find them? Well, I'm hoping it was a PTS thing then. if it still sucks. Yeah, that really triggered me because they. I don't think the people who place these nodes actually understand what the surveys are for and how players use them. You know what I mean? Yeah, the way to play in situations like this is just have something like whirling blades or jabs that doesn't require a target. It's so much better. Yeah, getting back to these fights where nothing's really happening. I'm not sure what happened there, but the blues obviously just weren't attacking the gate. They're attacking the players instead, which is completely stupid when you're at their keep. Because they could just keep respawning endlessly. We can't. Meanwhile, we're going to lose Alessia. People messing around in Bruma again. Well, just because I haven't said it in a while, everyone, if you can hear my voice, I want to thank you personally. Thank you, genuinely, for stopping by the stream today and whatever days you've shown up this week. It's been one of our best weeks ever on Twitch. Probably our best, frankly. And that's saying something because we had 10 Fest just a few weeks ago, which was an incredible time for us. So yeah, we love it. Thank you so much for stopping by. Not going anywhere, still staying online for quite a while, but just want to make sure I say that before I forget. Isaac, don't you feel like waking up happy and eager to play SEO and give someone stuff? Maybe someone named Sticky1928, 1,000,000 gold? Yeah, well, like a general statement, movement in general is very important. You're absolutely right. And in PvE as well, like, so many people get to a certain point because they've been clearing the older stuff where you just nuke everything and they don't necessarily have the movement down, which you need when you are doing stuff, you know, in the later game. It's a very good point. JK Raging. Is that a JK Rowling reference? Dubious Kieran, if only making gold is like that in real life, I still wouldn't have any. Yeah, Maya, just get good. The Schnacks. The Reds really don't want us near Chalman. They must be hiding something. That must be where their stack of porn is. Yeah, let's head up there and see what's up. How many abilities can you cast before landing? Nickelodeon, off topic. We go off topic all the time, so fire away. But I might say you've got a really sick voice to listen to. I hope you mean sick as in nice. Otherwise, I'm in trouble. Man, the sound of you talking makes me want to throw up. Thank you. I do make an effort to have good mic technique and all the rest of it. Well, thanks very much. Yeah, very nice. Good. Well, Maya and I both try to play with our voices. Maya's literally done, you know, professional voiceover. I've never done any of that. Although apparently, I've been sent like the same video by like 5 people. There is someone who's... Oh, my food ran out. That probably didn't help me back there, did it? I wonder how long that's been the case. There is, I think it's Disney Plus have got a voice actor to do spots. We just coordinated our ults. We just ulted each other exactly the same moment, that guy and I. And he sounds a lot like me. And like to the point where people were asking, is that you? Did you finally get a gig? Congrats. I'm using Executioner less and less because it's so unreliable. Half the time I cast it, I see the animation, but I'm certain it's not hit anyone because they've already moved out of range or whatever. These kind of fights, you so rarely get these outside of White Strake's Mayhem or Vengeance. Come on. Yes. It's really difficult to get the kills because players are being smart, you know, they're advancing, retreating together. And yeah, you need shit like that. Getting chained. But it's funny, there's always that moment when the momentum breaks one way, like it just did, and now suddenly the blues are like advancing quite quickly. No need to verify their ID anymore, dubious Kieran. What did I say, Maya? Play with you? Yeah, play with. We try to play with our voices on stream, don't we? To do silly stuff like we did the Lusty Argonian Maid live read through and Sultry Argonian Bard, all that stuff. George Falconer, thank you very much for the follow. I guess we keep pushing to Chalman. But it's just going to be a rinse and repeat. Why are Arch builds so broken but so boring? You mean Arcanists? It's very simple. It's to do with a trend in the game. How's people heading back? Nickel, I guess. It's to do with the trend in the game that started a while back with update 35. We're now, you know, we're in update 46, so that tells you how many years ago it was. But this was like a big debacle, the update 35 thing. We still have nightmares. Yes, darling, is the name of this account. And what they did was make things like dots and utility things. They made them weaker, but last longer. And this has led to the point where they're often not worth casting. So you just spam. You get more spam-heavy rotations. Then the Arcanist arrived after that. And you've got a lot of things that you can just slot passively to buff the Arcanist's beam. And things like it. Banner being one of the most obvious examples. It buffs a damage type, it gives you another buff, and it gives you free crux, further simplifying your rotation. So it gets stronger and stronger and stronger, but simpler and simpler, which is the opposite of how it should work by any sort of game design logic. You know, players who reach for the more complicated stuff should be rewarded with higher damage, greater utility, whatever. I don't think it has been a design, what should I say, like a design strategy. I think it's just a thing that has emerged over time as a trend. But either way, that's kind of an academic question. What we don't want is for it to continue. We want more variety, and yeah, we want a little bit more reward for complexity, and players who can execute their rotation in a really slick manner should be the ones who get the most damage. Simple as that. Not the not all of us just standing still for 5 seconds at a time, being able to scratch our head and our ass at the same time while the Arcanist just beams everything to death. It's I don't think the debate ends there, but yeah. That's the issue, isn't it? Only the last. I do not have a build video with this character, but I can show you what it is very quickly. Let me just go inside. It's very simple. Don't worry too much about the gear. This is the gear that I already had on my Magpla from before subclassing. Rallying Cry on the back. That's a defending ice staff with a weapon damage enchant. But honestly, you could go resto. You could do a bunch of things. But this is obviously defensive. Mechanical Acuity on the front bar. Sharpened, charged. Bloodspawn. 1-piece trainee, heavy piece. 3 heavy pieces. Head, chest, legs, standard, all reinforced. But like I said, the gear is fairly typical. The only new detail is the Monomyth Reforged. You know, that new ring. Saved my ass a bunch of times. Makes your front bar more offensive, but a little bit squishy. Makes your back bar much more defensive, but less damaging. Which is like the perfect trade-off, you know, if you already have that playstyle. The more important part of the build is this. Aedric Spear, Stormcalling, Animal Companions. You get your Brutality and Sorcery from this. You don't need Savagery and Prophecy because we're using Acuity. But it does mean your damage is wet as fuck when Acuity's on cooldown. So you just use those windows to be, play defense and build ult and the rest of it. Also, it is for small scaling, this build. It's not... I'd be much more successful in a group with it. How are Arch builds so good but not so boring? Achilles Nirvana. Again, are we talking about Arcanist here? Balorda. Okay, now we're getting into some interesting territory. I would love to make a video on this, but I'd have to research it quite thoroughly to make sure I'm not talking rubbish. Or to make sure I'm absolutely on point rather than just generally in the right area. But yeah, Balorda is saying, we might even say it's not only an ESO thing, making everything easier. A lot of games are making adjustments because I feel there's a shift in player base of games. There's also a fight for the live service territory, isn't there? Like, even Elden Ring has made a live service game now. Even FromSoft. And I think maybe one of the reasons that it's enjoying quite a lot of success, like almost every review I've read of Elden Ring Night Rain, is that this is kind of a horrible experience, but I just can't stop playing it. You know? And maybe it's because a live service game which kicks your ass is such a refreshing thing in this bland, increasingly bland world of, oh, make the games easier because we need to welcome people in. We can't have people leaving because there's such fierce competition for our attention and our eyeballs and our playtime. And there are clearly people who think, well, the way to solve that is to make the game, is to monetize it in a certain way, make it easy, so that anyone can play it within just a few minutes of picking it up. And, I don't know. This doesn't sit right. Is that what you're getting at, Balorda? Dubious Kieran, head and ass, professional multitasker here, show off. I'm just talking about the fact that both your hands are kind of free. You can genuinely have a sip of your beer in trials whilst dealing maximum damage. Your Arcanist begins beaming, you can stop and sip your beer. Or your coffee or whatever. We've all done it. Now that shouldn't be a thing. I like that more chill playstyle exists, but it shouldn't be the case that the most relaxed, the least effort most survivability, highest sustain playstyle is also the one with the most damage. Like, that is bonkers. I even, I mentioned it in a video recently. Made a whole joke out of it. Like a little trailer for Fate Carver. Fate Carver! Panini Houdini, what an amazing name. Thank you so much for the follow. And Fezman, hello! Happy Sunday. Always love seeing battles that big again. Yeah, reminds me of post-launch days. Just wish it didn't so often come down to a numbers game, which is even more the case during Vengeance. Yeah, I mean, it's bound to. There are massive trade-offs, good and bad, with White Strix Mayhem, but I'm with you, I love it. I love the big fights. I don't really care what I die to. I think the biggest... If you want to have fun in PvP, you just gotta not care about dying. Don't care. Because it's inherently unfair. Sometimes you'll die to a player who's just better than you, they've outvalued you, their muscle memory is better. Most of the time it's because you make a mistake, or you're just massively outnumbered, or some ganker shows up and hits you real hard just when you're in the middle of trying to fend off two other people. And a lot of players get really butthurt about that and say it's a flaw in Cyrodiil or whatever. It's not. It's supposed to be complete chaos. It's a free-for-all. It's open world. So yeah, we just got to get over the stigma of dying in a video game. No blue victories. I might not go that way. Let's go back to Chalmers, see what's up. Now that Nickel seems to be safe again. Hey, Sakar, thank you very much for the follow. How's it going? An Obsidian Archive. Another... What's with all the cool names? But Lord, even Elden Ring made adjustments, though it is a Souls-like game. Yeah, I'm just using it as an example of something which... I don't know if you guys saw the same thing, but the IGN, PC Gamer, Rock, Paper, Shotgun, these are the three core websites that I tend to get most of my gaming info from. You know, previews and reviews and stuff like that, to the extent that I care about reviews. You know, I'm usually... Most games, I already know whether I want to play them or not. But reviews can definitely help, you know, if they are written by people who actually know what they're talking about, which is not always the case. But, yeah, I think every review I read for that game did say something similar, like, this is kind of a soul-crushing experience, pun intended, but I can't stop playing it. It is sort of compulsive. Like, all the Souls-like games, they've all been so successful, so many people have played them, that it's almost like FromSoft have created an itch among gamers, which, something like Night Rain can scratch. Anything that is capable of scratching that itch is going to enjoy a certain baseline level of success. You know what I mean? Yeah, Dexterbot is dumb in MMOs to do that. It should be all about longevity. I think ESO is way better than... it sits apart from the crowd. Like, it's not generally a terribly patronizing game, but there are bits in it that are. And the direction of travel for high-end DPS, I don't think the same for healing and tanking, necessarily. Although recently with healing, maybe also. But the direction of travel is very much away from rewarding complexity and expertise, and more towards homogeneity and simplicity. And this is very, very unwelcome. The players who say that's what they want, I know it's a little bit communist of me to say this, but I honestly think that a lot of the players who think they want the ESO to be simpler, I think they're simply wrong. And they don't actually want that. Because, yeah, what you end up wishing for is a game where a huge chunk of the population just leaves because it's not interesting for them to play anymore. Look at that dedication, climbing all the way up here just to get that res. But yeah, I would love to have a series of YouTube videos covering this kind of stuff. Just talking about it. Not like telling people what to think, because what the hell do I know? But like if we explore it together, and you can get viewers who are leaving you like really cool, intelligent, thoughtful comments, which does happen on YouTube. I'll say I think it happens more here on Twitch than it does on YouTube. We get a lot of stupid shit on our YouTube channel, and ours is nowhere near as bad as some of the creators that I'm friends with. But yeah, it does happen. Alright. Let's see if we can actually siege the gate this time. So but if I die in the game, I die in real life too. Oh, I'm just... Is that actually going to do any damage? Or am I just a bit too far back? I think I might be a tiny bit too far. God damn it. Erin Baran, absolutely. Love this event. Level up my character alliance rank 20 to 27 in 3 days. That's good going. That's good shit. Kieran, 7 out of 10. Too much water in regards to Pokemon from IGN. Too much water in regards to Pokemon from IGN. Also couldn't move and shoot at the same time for Doom. Including those guys, they're not the loudest to claim how dead he is. So yeah, you're right. It's a dead game. Yeah, that's one thing in the content creator Discord that Zos made for us. It's generally just us whinging at the devs, but sometimes we get a consensus among the creators about what the community likes, doesn't like. I think that is probably the most useful thing about this Discord they made for the content creators, the ones that are on the content team. Or the creator program, I should call it. That's what it's technically called. I think it's a better way for the devs to get a sense of how players in general, how they feel about certain changes or proposed changes. Because we're here on Twitch, we talk to you guys. We all have Discords, we have a lot of conversations, and if you just go to the forums, you tend to get a certain cross-section of the player base that will go there to say what they want to say. And you've got your codes and your nightingales who are like flying the flag for intelligent, thoughtful, measured, evidence-based response and feedback. But the vast majority doesn't give a shit about evidence, or it's just gut feeling. And it's the type of gut feeling that will drive you to go on the forums and complain about something. Let's do what this guy's doing. Just mount up and see if we can get in. Just need to get out of combat so I can mount up. Crit chance. Don't know enough to judge, but ESO does look a lot like Guild Wars 2 to me at times. I think those are the... Yeah, that is the MMO that it most resembles, definitely. You hear that a lot. Wish me luck. Oh, no. Not a chance. Yeah, I won't try that again. It's usually worth a shot, though. If there's a camp nearby, you know? Maybe I should put some more camps down. That one might be too close, yeah. I think ESO is a much more serious game than Guild Wars 2, if that makes sense. Like, Guild Wars 2 is very cutesy, in a way which... that's not necessarily a criticism. I mean, personally, for me, I mean it as a criticism. But for most players, I know loads of people who love Guild Wars. Guild Wars 2 specifically. And it's just not an issue. Same with Final Fantasy. But then it's weird. It's a weird beast. Like, Guild Wars is literally just an MMO franchise. Whereas this is the opposite. And that's a good thing, you meant, I see. Only the last, have you all 7 mag or stam? Oh, yeah, you always want to have the same enchantment across all your gear. Never mix that up. In this case, I've gone for prismatic across everything. Sorry, only the last. That took way too long to respond to. Feuerman, hello, and Belorda, yeah, I don't think they copied it from Guild Wars 2. Because it just made sense. We know that the Old Merry Dominion was a thing, and then they just had to come up with... I think that's what did it. You know, they knew that the Old Merry Dominion was a thing and how that might have worked. And then they just came up with the others. I think one of the alliances is quite, like, well established in the lore. The others are completely made up and kind of bend the lore, to say the least. But yeah, this is very early, probably before 2010. They'd already figured all this out. You can catch our interview with Brian Wheeler about the design of this from back in the day. Like, they literally imported a version of the Oblivion map and then scaled it up. It's really, really interesting. And that map came directly from... God damn it. That came directly from Todd Howard and the folks at BGS. That was a really interesting conversation. He got really, really technical with us. I loved it. In a way that game developers often don't want to do. It's cool. Vezman, if you're not dying, you're not putting yourself out there to have enough fun. I would like to see the addition of some kind of improved tactics system in Cyrodiil to better combat the numbers advantage. Honestly, if they can just fix ball groups and the problems that they cause, or alleviate those problems, I think that would be huge. Is someone trying to siege around the other side? No. It's just, this is a little bit of a mess, isn't it? Not entirely clear what we're supposed to do. The thing to do is for us all to head in at the same time. Right, that section of wall is coming down. 7%. Nickelodeon, you think there's no better feedback? I think maybe that's true. Moose, welcome back. You survived the grocery shopping. Zavi, tell them that changes in Bound Aegis are stupid. They've already changed that. Or do you mean the move, putting the resources and moving them to blood magic? I can't tell them that because, if anything, I don't want to claim credit at all. But if anything, that is them implementing, not a specific suggestion by me, but Skinny Cheeks and I have been hammering away at this idea that they should spread the power around from subclassing. Should we try this again? I should buff up first. Buff the fuck up, samurai. I will die again. But what the hey? Hey, I made it. Let's see what mischief we can cause from inside. Never underestimate the power of the horse. Right? That's one. Typical Sork. I'm gonna pick a fight. Oh no! I changed my mind. Streak. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's what I would do if I were on a Sork. I suppose I do have streak slotted. I'm just not using it. Hello. How considerate. Yeah, apologies for the frames. That's not the stream. That's genuinely how bad the game is right now. This is a big keep fight. It's kind of a bad time for me to get busy, because I'm really interested in what's going on in chat right now. Crit chance saying true in response to an order, and again, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, just that sometimes people say such and such game is different from all others, often not accurate. I think I got flack one time for describing Cyrodiil's unique, you know, three-sided open world. I just can't even react. Couldn't even react in time to any of that. Ugh. Zavi, I like the idea of spreading the power, but not in that way. They've made bounty just useless for tanks. So they did reverse the week 1 changes, just to be clear. So it gives you minor resolve. Is it minor protection that it gives you now? I can't even remember. Damn, if I res, I'm going to be outside the keep again. Oh. Come on, lovely people, you going to res me? You know you want to. Lol. That's actually pretty funny the way my character died. Oh fuck it, I should be able to get in. Mischief Mayhem. And Dexter, you can make sieges scale per target hit. Easy for solos. Zergs aren't that organized, are the ones who use sieges and deal with ball groups. Zevi, yeah, I mean, they'll sort it out, and they are listening. I think that while it is deeply discouraging that they would suggest these week 1 changes for update 47 PTS in the first place, it is super encouraging that they rolled them back so quickly. You know? Wow, the lag is outrageous right now. No idea what I'm doing. Like everything is like a second or a half a second delayed. I've got to say, I've never found the... Oh, that person's just bugged out. That's funny. Never found the Sork pets to be very useful in PvP. They just die all the time. There was a bug, this is over a year ago, so it's definitely not a thing anymore. But there was a well-known PvPer whose mates had figured out a way to hide the Twilight, so it was invisible. So they had it, and you could see the heal going off, but it couldn't be targeted or even seen by enemy players. That was busted. They would just sit there healing each other with it. Very frustrating. Crit Chance saying your base Guild Wars 2 and anything from Heart of Thorns onwards are like 2 different games. Interesting. I'm just gonna die to Siege. I'm not being particularly useful in this Siege. I'm just like reading you guys' comments. But that's what I want to do. That's what I'm interested in right now. Fezman, have you noticed massive drop-offs in Cyrodiil grouping? I think an improved PvP grouping system would go a long way. That is not a bad idea. Yeah, I never even bother. Like, you see people plussing up, but I just don't care. Unless Cyrodiil is really, really quiet, I will generally not bother trying to find a group. Oh my god, the lag! And the T-posing Colossus, I love it. Oof. And we'll lose it all again in 10-20 minutes. But we finally got Chalman. Hey, and I made it to level 21. My poor little Magplar. Crit Chance, even if a concept isn't unique, more of a good thing is good. Yeah, yeah. Zavi, I'll revisit, but I'm aware that they reverted to Minor Resolve, which by the way is bugged in that skill, but they removed the max resources and increased the block mitigation, was already at cap with that skill. Minor rants, don't mind me too much. Yeah, but the resource gain was pointless though, wasn't it? Well, that's not... Oh, it was nice, but... I certainly never considered slotting it for that reason. Just finding a spot where I can even use the repair kit. Anyway. And by the way, good day everybody. Good day yourself, and yeah, thanks for the thoughts there. We'll see. The whole subclassing landscape needs quite a long-term... They basically need to do a slow overhaul of the entire combat system. Or the class skills. And that's what became clear to me within a couple of days of processing, once I realized that subclassing wasn't just a bad joke and a weird thing that we'd found in... because it was data mined ages ago. So there was a fear that it was actually a thing. A couple of friends of mine said, that better be fake. If that's real, I quit. And one of them actually did. He's quit, and he'll probably never come back. I hope he will, because he's awesome. And he's still hanging around, but... yeah, I wasn't quite of that mindset, but it did take me a couple of days just to get over this idea that this is a terrible, terrible plan for the game. We can't have this. Once I got over that, I started realizing they've just given themselves an absolute motherfucking mountain of work. Because for this to be viable and sort of balanced long term, there's just no way. There's no way. And, you know, I was 100% correct. Everyone else said the same thing. I wasn't unique in that assessment, but, yeah. But they have made some noises. You know, they've said a couple of times at least that, yeah, we know there's a huge amount of work ahead, so I guess. And we even said it to Gilliam on stream, again, during 10 Fest, You've given yourselves ungodly amounts of work. Good luck with it. Glad it's not me. Dumfrey, why the Templar shield? I've rarely seen it before. It's because I don't have a... this is for group play, really, so it relies on a healer being present. And sometimes I've got a healer present, but I keep dying because I don't have a burst heal. And this is a setup that a mate of mine shared with me. And when I first took it out for a spin, I was in a 2-man group, and there was some cross-healing. But I lack a burst heal, so when I really need to go on the defense, I've got nothing. This is not good, but it's better than having nothing. You know, I can get my vigor rolling, and then I can just sort of block walk and do this. And it buys me a little bit of time, you know, in staving off death. So that's the reason, but it's not... This is not one of my builds. I just slotted it today because it was kind of in a flex spot. Hope that helps. Hello, Sincere. Hello there. Welcome on in. Just trust the cross-healing and go, exactly. Sometimes there's loads of it. Pure. What do you mean? Cliff Racer and Necro Skull are complete without flaw compared to other spammables. This isn't the pure, is it? As in pure envelope. We got not pure round here. We got a few people. Has the game ever had someone known as the best player in the world? No. I don't think so. There are certainly players who are well known for being awesome. The guy I ran into earlier, Nozo, is, he's very well known in PvP for just being great. Having solid builds and executing them very well. So Pure, is that actually you? As in, the one who gave me the build? I just want to make sure before I give you all the credit. But welcome on in, man. Yeah, so this is actually Pure in chat, whose setup this is. I just sent him the vaguest message on Discord. He's always come through for me before and said, "Hey, what subclassing setups are you enjoying most? And am I good to share them on stream?" So I've already said that it is very similar to a Pelican setup, right? But yeah, that's the one thing that I found. The one flaw that I could find is that I rely on a burst heal when I'm fucked to at least give me a chance to stay alive. And it does seem to have helped having the shield, but it's not great. 5k shield. And obviously if you're out of magicka, it's useless, but give us the drops or we call the cops. Eon fell. The drop should just be automatic. If you're not seeing any progress on it, try a refresh. Should be on all weekend. You just need to watch any ESO stream. Doesn't have to be mine, but since you're here, stick around. And yeah, I think it's an hour, right? And then you should get the drop. God damn it. Stupid executioner. Almost. Oh, that person just gave up and rezzed somewhere else. Fair enough. Ah. That's true as well. But Lord, they did give us a hint. With Tanlorin. Yeah, Xavier, I don't know what other options they could have done. I mean, the idea of an actual because what we've got isn't subclassing, it's multiclassing, if we're going to quibble. An actual subclass, I think, would have been cool and could have sidestepped a lot of the issues. You know, if my Templar takes storm calling, it's not necessarily the same storm calling that full sorcerers have access to, but then that is... I can see why they didn't go that way, because that is a huge extra layer of complication. Maybe easier for the devs, but harder for the players to wrap their heads around. And even with subclassing as it is, a lot of newer players have said, like, Jesus, I'm so overwhelmed now. I just about got to grips with my Necro and my Arcanist. Now I've got to, like, figure out 15 more skill lines and understand what the hell's going on. So, if that was the logic, I can certainly see it. And Fuyaman, I was scared about subclassing at the beginning, but I really like it now. The problem is there are some skill lines you cannot use for DPS. Tank heal is wrong. They need time to find a solution, and that is why I've been saying to them, hey, if in case you haven't already thought to do it, please try spreading that power around, or at least not even in game, but in your internal testing. You know, if that's not already a thing that you're looking into, please check it out. And I felt encouraged by the fact that Skinny Cheeks said basically exactly the same thing. It'll solve a lot of the problems that subclassing has at the moment. And if you read the patch notes for week 3 on update 47, they've said, alright, we're trying exactly this. So I was delighted to see that. I wonder what was going on there. This guy just standing there at the flag, just giving 0 fucks. What was that about? Scribe the healing soul, heal sage, vitality, so strong. Dubious Kirin, it's me. Pure bursting at the moment, I use wield soul. Yeah, as Dexter's saying. Yeah, by the time I thought of it, I was already in Zero. Although, yeah, I could just go back, couldn't I? To the base. Yeah, you know what? Let's implement that. Just in case people in chat want to try this, and they're not quite sure what you guys are talking about. Let's do it. Scribing is now a universal thing. Everyone's got it. Man, you know it's summertime when there's this one fly on crack buzzing around the room and just being the most annoying thing. Like, dude, just chill out. Sit on my monitor if you have to. But just sit still. It's just like crawling and buzzing everywhere. And then it sits on your hand and tickles. Like, that. I hate it. At least I've got a headset on so I don't get that weird thing where it goes like, it buzzes right past your ear. All freaking day. Yeah, Karma. Yo. Alright, where was I? This is the wrong base, isn't it? Want to go to the base. This one. Quick reminder that the Golden is selling all PvP set necklaces this weekend. I believe it's necklaces this weekend. Rings the next. We talked about it yesterday. How about it's not like... It's not necessarily that useful to go shopping with her, but... There's Yes Darling again. So did you guys suggest the same thing? Pure says the burst heal I'm using is Wield Soul. Issue you run into when you use it as a heal in PvP. Sometimes you take it into PvE thinking you have the chain slotted and you just sit there waving your little tanky hands at nothing. I'll try to remember. What other drops? Pixwear. I think that's Twitch only. Sorry. It's just a Ouroboros Crown crates. So Ouroboros crates, I should say. What are you saying? Sage's remedy and heal. And vitality. So launch a concentrated blast of soul magic at yourself or an ally. Heals you for, what, 13.6? Jesus, yeah, that is high. And then a small dot as well. Small hot, sorry. Grants major vitality for 10 seconds. It's expensive. But yeah, that is a good call. Thank you, Dexter. Why am I being thick? It's in soul magic, hence the name. I do appreciate that you don't have to rank these up. You know, that they're just fully leveled. I was kind of surprised they did that, but I appreciated it. Alright, hang on. Before I port... What's happening? Looks like something might be happening down at the anus of Sedge. Let's have a look. Fezman, I would really just like to see some kind of incentive or compensation to still have a reason to monoclass for those who want to, like a class bonus for having all 3 skill lines. I agree. I don't know that that specific example is the way to go, but it's one that I've suggested myself in videos when during Update 46 PTS. You're absolutely right. I said very much the same thing. It would be nice, would it not, if we could keep the base classes, the pure classes, competitive. I'm not even a person who intends to play the pure classes, really. I'm not particularly attached to them in that way, but I understand that others are, and it's the wrong thing to do, to just say... Oh, hello. Sorry, I got a little bit distracted there. So pure gone with Heal Druid's Resurgence of Vitality? Yeah. Yeah, the class mastery, I was thinking about it. But it annoys me so much when others do it to me, I just thought, maybe not today. I'll play around with it, probably. And, Evil, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Alastone Black Wolf. Every time I read that name, I'm reminded of the cosplayer Kalia Blackstone, who I met briefly in Amsterdam last year. It's not even that similar, but I keep wanting to congratulate you on your amazing cosplays. So basically like subclassing for PvE. Kinda, sort of. What's going on with the dong over at Alessia? I wonder. Yeah, just a thing that compensates for the loss of power. It's not even a loss of power, that's not quite right. But if you say you're a stamina warden, it's your main, or that's your character that you're playing these days. You like the way it works. You don't really want to change it up. You want to remain a warden, either for role-playing reasons or just you prefer it. You're attached to that character. It doesn't matter, but you want to keep it that way. You are not going to gain the damage that your fellow stamina wardens will gain by switching up. You know, they can get rid of green balance, for example, and just bring in a skill line that gives them a ton more damage, because green balance does nothing. You know, Winter's Embrace does some stuff, but Green Balance doesn't. So you're immediately at a disadvantage if you don't do that. You haven't lost anything as such, but everyone around you has gained something and you haven't. So it's like everyone takes a step forward except you. Does that make sense? And then the second part of it is that you've got the devs trying to make adjustments to the class skill lines due to subclassing. Jesus, alright, I just have too many of them on me. There we go, I don't know if Granny Lover's still here, but... See, it's definitely not just you. It can also be something as simple as aggroing an extra guard or two on your way in, like I just did, and not taking down the healers straight away. Oh, no way, Black Wolf. That's amazing. So I kind of called it. Fezman, you're the only one I've seen actually advocating that as well, and I'd love to see it. Oh, really? I thought it was, a lot of people were talking about it, that's for sure. The devs have definitely heard it a million times. So if they hadn't thought of it already, which I'm sure they did, they definitely know by now that it's a thing the players have been talking about, right? I don't need all. I don't know why I'm attacking this poor little guy. Karma, okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. Good, somebody does. always a concern. Kieran class passive, like a set 3-piece bonus. Yeah, just a little something. I know what you mean. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like that. They just got to figure out what it would be. How it's not, again, it's not just arbitrarily adding more and more power to the game. They definitely don't want to do that. I think maybe they might wait and see if they can get if they can get subclassing to the point where it isn't as enormous an advantage. Get yeeted und deleted. Yeah, it's like the most popular comment, Fezman, that I got on all 3 or 4 of the subclassing videos we did during the update 46 PTS. I think it's comments of that nature were maybe rivaled only by the ones saying, "Ah, the game is dead, this sucks." And to be honest, there weren't that many of those. They're always there, but there weren't a ton of them. Thing is, I don't think there are enough blues here for us to actually do anything to the keep once we've capped the resources. It's going to take way too long. Yeah, pure like Necro before, yeah. That's also part of it. You know, the newer classes, Arcanist, Necro, and to a lesser degree Warden, and Nightblade to some degree as well, since they changed it. Remember, it used to be that Veiled Strike was not even an assassination skill. But they moved it in there to make the class a little bit more like the newer ones, so concentrating damage, healing, tanking into 3 separate lines, and that's one of the problems. That's why we've got such massive power spike in DPS, because you could just pick those lines, like, funnily enough, Assassination and Assassination, Herald of the Tome, and Gravelord, 3 of the most obvious ones. Even if Gravelord isn't super duper popular, it's one of my favorites for an Arcanist, a beam Arcanist. Where's this guy going? Why am I even following? So yeah, that was part of the problem. But we shall see. Thanks for the farts. Appreciate it. How did they survive that? Still got him. Oh shit. I did it. I did the thing. Yeah, I couldn't even break free. Rookie mistake. Oh, stuff is happening. That's cool. Lunch break over. Dubious Kieran, have a great day, everyone. Same to you. Hey, Papurog. Welcome on in. Thank you very much for the raid. Yeah, there we go. How was that? Triumphant entry music. Thanks so much for the raid. How's it going? Hope you're having a good weekend. What have you been up to? We are just hanging out in Cyrodiil right now. White Strake's Mayhem in the Elder Scrolls Online. It is the PvP event. You're very welcome to Ninja Pools. My name is Khan. I'm just streaming solo today. And Andre Kreutzfeldt on YouTube. Just saw your message. Sorry if you sent that a while ago. Don't know how I missed that. That looks like a lot of reds. No, thank you very much. Yeah, look at this guy. Nope. They coming. Yeah, like I said, not enough blues to actually do anything over there. Let's ride on down to Brook. How many blues have we got there? Doesn't look like a lot either. No Cedar up yet. Chewbacca roar. I'm alright, pal. So yeah, Andre Kreutzfeldt saying, damn, I wanted to smack an unbuffed hello at you and honorably drop dead as a proud AD, but you chose to be on a different server. Next time I'll greet you even harder. That's a great message. Took me a minute to decipher exactly what you meant. But yeah, I'll do my best to be on the right server next time, whatever that is. And Sir Easy Tiger, I got scribing when it came out, free a bit ago. Was wondering how many class mastery scripts you can earn per day. I think it is possible to... Yes, you can check the achievements. Since this is just flipped. Oh, where is it? If you go to press J, click on achievements, and type in class mastery, it should be here in character. A signature with class. Yeah, there we go. And it'll show you how many you've got. They always show up when I'm talking to chat. Oh, no. That was pretty fast. I just saw the guard, like, draw his weapon. I thought, fuck, somebody's coming. I better not stay in the achievements menu. Karma 360. Oh yeah, and your YouTube videos. Thank you a bunch. Seriously, you helped me a lot in this game. Wow. Stream snipers. No, I don't think so. I don't think that was it. Nobody cares about me. I normally don't do PvP, so... Hey, Ted Meister, hello there. How's it going? But, yeah, Karma, that means a lot. You and your team, keep going, seriously. Well, on that note, I haven't said it many times this stream, but if you look at the health bars, health bar, magical bar, stamina bar down the bottom, you know what the deal is. I am streaming today to keep everyone happy, keep everyone interested, have a nice time, but also fishing for subs, because we need them. In order to make well, basically in order to make Ninja Pulls profitable to the point where we can bring Maya on full-time as well. It's kind of her thing. This used to be her channel, but she's working so much extra to make up the shortfall. And it's very difficult. Like, it's a lot of fun, and we definitely want to be here doing this, but it is not easy to make it profitable, especially that we're still a little bit too small to get, like, sponsorships or anything like that. So if you guys can just help get us over that line, and the first step on that is for Maya and I both to be here so we can stream together. There we go. Thank you so much. Thanks, Karma. Absolutely amazing. I didn't mean you specifically, but that's exactly it. You know, if what we do has a little bit of value, and you want to see it continue, or if you want to get involved a little bit more, like we've got a Discord, you're very welcome to join. We've got the YouTube, of course. We also have the Kofi if people want to support, but they don't want Jeff Bezos. I know it's not actually Bezos and Zuckerberg, but you know, to use the common labels. You don't want to give half of it to, because it's literally 50%. If you sub, only half of that money gets to us. So if you want to skip that stage, there's Kofi and other stuff, Patreon and other stuff like that. But yeah, we're not going to dwell on it too much. You've all heard it before. You know what the deal is. And I would say it applies to, you know, other streamers who are trying to grow as well. It's very difficult to get to that point where you can actually take the steps you want to take. And right now I'm struggling to keep up with YouTube, partly because I need the devs to figure out what the hell they're doing. Because I don't want to make videos that are going to be out of date in 3 weeks. You know what I mean? I want them to be relevant for, I don't know, 6 months minimum. Ideally more than that. And that is, it's very, very difficult. I basically need a crystal ball to do that right now. But Karma, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Amazing. And GSC92, welcome on in. Hope you enjoy the ad-free viewing while I get stuck on a rock. But yeah, we definitely want to bring Maya back. We should start a campaign. Make Ninja Pulls Maya again. And we should market it with red baseball caps. That's how you do it, right? This is kind of a fearsome looking character. I like it. Go into PvP with a ball gown. Karma 360, yeah, she's nice. Let's do it. We will be doing a stream together in the coming week, but she's genuinely like working her ass off just so that we can make up the shortfall. But the good news is we're getting there. See, that's why I have a burst heal. I don't have the tech pots, sadly. Anyway, enough about that. Let's see what's going on down here. Alistair and Blackwall, so what have I missed? Did you just go AFK for a bit? Not a lot. Running around getting into some smaller fights now. I think it's quieting down a bit. People are going on lunch or have signed off for the day. I'm not sure. Ted Meister, yeah, doing pretty well. Thank you very much. Just trying to keep up the energy. Really appreciate you guys stopping by to watch the stream today. I'm not normally a PvPer, so this is, it's fun to be able to do it and to know that you guys are still gonna come and hang out. And I'm sorry I'm not in a better position to offer, like, super solid advice all the time. There we go. Another one in the bag. The desync is causing me some problems, though. I don't know if you can see that. Like, I keep going past them, and I'm trying to, like, land that executioner, and I just can't freaking do it. Like, I'd say that at least 1 in 3 of my casts don't hit anything or don't even go off, because there's too much movement. Alistair, I see. Well, here's hoping it gets back on like Donkey Kong. Yeah, or Donkey King. One line that I stole from, I'm pretty sure it's The Big Bang Theory, when like Star Wars Day is coming up, and they say it's on like Alderaan. I think it's Raj that says it. I like that line. It's on like Alderaan. Alright. Reminder to get your dailies done and just chuck them in at any time. Like, I've done a bunch of these in advance. That's a good point, actually. Are any of these uncompleted? Kill enemy Templars. Don't know why that's been so slow. There just aren't that many Templars around, I guess. Bloodmane Farm? I could do that. Or is that a scout? Yeah, I can definitely do that. Let's get that out the way, nice and easy. Yeah, it's really handy because tomorrow and certainly Tuesday, for example, I'm almost certainly not going to have time to spend a lot of time in PvP. So what I'll probably do on that day is just quickly port into Zero and Imperial City, just turn in those quests that I've already done. Tickets taken care of. It's not exactly a new trick, but why can't I res this person? The thirst. This is just one guy. Got it. Anyway, back to business. We were going to head down to that farm. Fezman. I just want to say, Kant, that I've been really appreciating your content and you and Maya's emphasis on bringing the community together. Well, thank you. We're not the only ones, but yeah, we're definitely trying to do something along those lines. Oh, is it yellow? Do they care? No. I've always struggled on that aspect of the game and I've been pretty much more of a solo player for the last decade. Wow. But you're both so positive and it's so refreshing. Keep on keeping on. Thank you so much for taking a few minutes to write that out. It really does mean an awful lot. And as I've said before, you know, whenever that happens, if it's on Twitch or YouTube or anywhere, or if you're just on somebody's Discord, which is particularly well run, or you see them like stepping in to try and keep the conversation constructive, you know, it requires effort, energy, which isn't always in, you know, these things can be in short supply. So, chuck them a message along these kind of lines, whatever they do that you're appreciating, and it goes a long way to helping them continue. Thank you. And thanks also, Karma. But yeah, I would dive in. The community's really, really nice. Yeah, there are some D-bags everywhere. It's going to happen. But ESO has a pretty low concentration of numpties. Fucktards, whatever you want to call them. And as I keep saying, the whole division between like elites at one end, score pushing and getting and absolutely face rolling the trifectas or whatever it is, and on the other side, new players who are just struggling to get clears or who don't want to optimize because they think that's elitist or whatever. None of these things are insurmountable. In fact, it's very easy. All it requires is a sensible attitude on both sides, and you're sorted. Genuinely, this is what we've done this in Ninja Pools for years now. I might actually do a suicide port here. Just gonna take it forever to get back otherwise. Where's a good place to do it? Up there. Feel like so many people just take content creators for granted. Don't realize how much work it takes, so thank you. Well, thank you! There are ways to do it where it doesn't exhaust you in the same way. But yeah, what you're talking about, all that stuff, it can be. And then you put, like, I was putting a massive amount of work into these new DPS guides. You know, the whole theme was, like a pro, which is a little bit cheesy, but come on, it's YouTube. And that was the thumbnail. I got Magica Arcanist, Stamina Arcanist, Magica Necromancer, Stamina Necromancer, sorry, Magic and Stamina Dragon Knight, and Zenkosh Dragon Knight, so I was almost halfway through. And then they announced subclassing, and it was this whole push for me to create really comprehensive guides that'll not give you a build, but I mean, they do give you a build, among other things, but they'll say, this is how the build is made. This is how it works. This is why I've gone for this rotation. Here's how you can do it differently. All of that stuff. These guides take a million more... They take 100 times more work than the typical sheet of A4, wear this, wear that, slot this, slot that. And those are fine. There's nothing wrong with those. We've all used them. We've all benefited from them. But trying to do something a little bit more. And I was really pleased with how it was going. And then subclassing came along. So it was a real slap in the face. But I feel like we're recovering from it. And thankfully, hanging out here on Twitch more has definitely picked up a little bit of the slack. Moose. I jokingly said Ninja Pools and Skinny Cheeks podcast a while back. Skinny was in chat and said he's in. So when is Ninja Cheeks happening? Well, we've co-streamed with Skinny a bunch of times. He is like the nicest dude. Super easy to get along with. He was the first person I went up to when I arrived in Amsterdam. I'd already bumped into Zynode and Dawn Whisper and some of the other Brits. But they didn't know me, so I didn't walk up and introduce myself or anything. Actually, Zynode, a bit of a dude, he came up to me later just to shake my hand, because you're like, we haven't been introduced. I'm Zynode. It's like, I know who you are. He's like, how does everyone know who I am? But yeah, Skinny was I went straight to him and said, hey, it's Khan. Big fan. Can I buy you a beer? And he looked at his beer, and it was like almost full, and he just looked back at me and went, okay. I don't think he said the hi, but in my head, that's how it went down. Literally the first guy I walked up to, and massive props to Demon Cat Daphne and 8 Puppies as well, who were there and immediately made me feel super welcome. Because it's a bit like the new kid on the school bus kind of vibes. Like, they've all met, like, many, many times, a lot of these people. And no one's met me before. It was a bit awkward. I didn't know how that was going to go down. Is it cliquey? Are some of these people arrogant or self-important? Not a bit of it. Everyone was sound as hell. It was really cool. Lovely experience. I can tell that story because Maya's not around. Because she couldn't make it to Amsterdam. So I have to be careful and not tell that story too much when she's here. It just makes her feel bad for missing it. But, yeah, Ninja Cheeks. I don't know, man. What would we even talk about? We agree on so many things. I guess Skinny Cheeks isn't much of a lore guy. Maybe we could, I don't know. Maybe we could get him interested in that side of things. But yeah, it's an interesting question. And a podcast is a cool format. Because, I don't know about you guys, but if I miss a stream, unless it's a developer, like a Twitch stream, unless it's a dev, and they've got, you know, first look, reveal of this new thing that we're working on, I don't often tend to go back and catch it after it's gone out. Oh, this person again. Just so much movement, I can't even hit them. But, yeah, a podcast you can go back to any time, can't you? In fact, a lot of the podcasts that I listen to are years old. I'm like way back in the stacks, listening to what they put out there back during the pandemic. So yeah, it'd be an interesting one to try, right? Not a bad idea, Karma says. And Abel, am I pronouncing that correctly? Or almost correctly? Well, that sounds better than Cheeky Pulls. I don't know, Cheeky Pulls sounds awesome. That sounds fucking great. Ninja Cheeks, Cheeky Pulls. Ooh. Skinny Pulls. I don't know. It's like a law firm, you know, when two law firms merge and they have to decide which of the surnames are going to be dropped from the name of the new firm. I used to do a lot of work with big law firms, so I guess that is not the most common reference. That might be unique to me. Healer. But yeah, thank you so much for the kind words. I really do appreciate it. We're doing our best, and we've got loads of stuff planned. I've got a whole stack of lore videos I want to do. Builds, PvP, PvE setup, sorry, for when the picture becomes a little clearer. That was a fun-looking bomb. What was that, an elemental explosion followed by a leap? Shame it didn't work. That looked cool. This man will be the collab of the year. Well, like I said, Skinny and Mai have done loads of stuff together before. I think they've co-streamed like 3 or 4 times. And Skinny comes to hang out here sometimes. He was here the other day. I go to watch his streams quite often, whenever I can, really. So there's definite cross-talk there. I think that might be the first rush of agony I've ever benefited from. I just happened to be jabbing when they got yoinked in. If you were going to do a collab with a lore channel, who comes to mind first? I'd probably just make my own. Because I'd do it better. No, I don't know. I've met the guys from Civil Scrolls. And I know Fudge... Well, I don't know. I know of Fudge Muppet. I've watched some of their vids. I don't really know. I know there's a guy who did lore content for Elden Ring. I think it was Elden Ring. And he ended up getting a book made with this like beautiful artwork. I would love to do something like that. So if that creator was... I can't even remember the name. It was sent to me by my mate Sin. He was like, check this guy out. This is what you should do. And I've never quite forgotten it. But you got these really gorgeous, like... slipcase deluxe books made full of art that have been specially commissioned around Elden Ring and contained loads of lore and stuff like that. Like that for Elder Scrolls would be... It would be daunting. It would be extremely intimidating. Because Elden Ring's got a lot of lore. But it's probably a 1/100th of what the Elder Scrolls has generated over the years. Right? It's pronounced evil. You got it. Cool. Was it Vati Vidya by chance? It could have been. I genuinely don't remember the name. But I think there's only one content creator who's done what I'm describing. They'd already got a bunch of Elden Ring books published. This is like their 3rd one. And there was a real emphasis on depth and quality. Like, it was nicely edited. He was able to support paying professional artists to make stuff for the videos and the books. Like, I wouldn't be able to do that at the moment. Not a chance. I'd have to draw it myself. Like, all of our assets are made by me, basically. Streak is so useful. Foiled again. Sir Falafel, I definitely know that name. Hello, sir. Imperial knowledge is good for TES stuff, I think. Imperial knowledge, yeah. Is that... like, that's based on the Imperial Library, right? Oh well, I fucked up the burst completely. And then I've just put myself on cooldown for half a minute. Let's see if something else is going on. How do we do today? Another 300,000 AP. Easy. Vezman, you actually did a great lore video a while back about that random book in Oblivion on Manamako. Yeah, that was, we got a lot of comments on that one saying please do more. That is how I would do it. I would just do it myself, I think. Because a lot of lore, video game lore stuff is very much like... I don't know, it reminds me of bad methods of teaching from the mid-20th century where you would just learn a bunch of dates for history class, you know? And especially for the Elder Scrolls, I don't think that's the way to do it because all of the lore in the Elder Scrolls is diegetic. By which I mean it is subjective. It is generated by the characters in that world. It's not generated by, you know, an encyclopedia in our real world. You know the difference? Like that book that we read earlier for the Marshmallow Challenge, which is talking about the orcs as being grotesque. They're stupid, and they're morally repugnant and all this stuff like that. It's obviously a bunch of bullshit. But it's inspired by those pamphlets about the Christians or the Jews that you might have got in ancient Rome. Or about the Jews in more recent times as well. Like, it's all a bunch of hooey, but there's someone with an agenda who either is making this stuff up or genuinely believes it or whatever. And, yeah, that's where all of the lore in ESO and Elder Scrolls in general comes from. Which is a really smart decision. So nothing is ever, like, absolute in terms of its truth or accuracy. And for that reason, I think a really kind of hands-off and measured approach to talking about the lore for those who are interested might be the way to go. I think that'd be fun. Yeah, this crisp style to your YouTube videos that feels really fresh. Thanks. That is... I guess that's exactly what we're going for. I mean, I've done this professionally, you know, the music, the video editing rather, not music. So I like to stretch those muscles a little bit, even if I'm just editing a random bit of nonsense. You know, just a quick video for ESO. I usually try and put something in there which is nice to look at or slick, which other content creators don't do. Because it takes way too long. And you could argue they're smarter than I am. You know, they're not wasting their time on frivolous things that 95% of viewers won't notice. Fenrir Blackwolf, there is Crazy Lunatic, a YouTuber who did some books on Elden Ring. That might be it. Yeah. You see, this thing with me, Karma, and PvP, is that I just stared... Oh, you started. Sorry. You started a month and a half ago, and they keep frying me in PvP. That's normal. Do not worry about it. And use that experience to just become okay with dying. Like, I've died a bunch of times on stream today, and I don't give a shit. I mean, maybe one or two of the deaths is like, oh, come on, you know, lag, help me out, bro. But, yeah, you just gotta not give a shit. And if you've made the mistake, like if you fucked up and ran in with half of your stamina missing, or you didn't keep your buffs up, then you learn from it. But if it's not your fault and you just are outnumbered, just don't care. Like, I think a few years ago, the idea of getting wrecked on stream repeatedly would have really bothered me. Like, I would not like that. But I don't know. There's you reach a point where you just don't give a crap, and I think it's fair to say you'll have way more fun in PvP as a result. But yeah, getting really good advice on your build from someone who knows what they're talking about and who can be flexible is a great place to start. So if you're on our Discord, this goes for anyone really, especially during the event, do hit up the PvP Senpai members on the Ninja Pulse Discord. They're super nice people. They'll help you in any way they can. And you can be quite specific. You can give them some parameters to work with. Like, here's the playstyle that I want. And they can make some basic recommendations. What's the law? That is a big question. History is best learned by experiencing it. Same goes with law. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about that, Karma. We're talking about like completely different things at the same time. Because that's how we roll on this channel. Completely unstructured nonsense. But yeah, give yourself resistances in the late 20s or like 30,000 plus. That's a good tip. And give yourself a 30k HP minimum. Need to gen some ult. And the other thing we've talked about here before is, you know, have an offensive bar and a defensive bar. And put your skills and your 5-piece bonuses on those bars. And that way, whichever, you can sort of switch. You can turn on a dime if you're suddenly in trouble. Or if you need to go on the offensive, you can make that switch and make it happen. It's a thing that PvE healers are doing all the time, the good ones. They are sort of switching between offensive and defensive mode. Especially in a dungeon group where things might be a little bit more chaotic. You know what I mean? Fenrir, I just want to read that comment a while back. My first game for Elder Scrolls was Skyrim. Then I started consuming lore videos on YouTube back when Fudge Muppet started doing it. I can imagine, yeah. Then I found Imperial Knowledge and other channels, but those are my top two. I consume Imperial knowledge. It's more consistent and has been for a while than Fudge Muppet has in recent years. Yeah, I would agree. It's the same name for Discord, yeah. Has the Discord already been linked? And Andre's saying, I hate to break it to you, but the Daedra did rewrite history. You'll have to dig deep. Exactly. That's exactly the point. It's like a bottomless pit. So I think the approach of like going in and saying, this happened, then that happened, then that happened. You got to stop and talk about it a little more. If you want to really do the lore justice. Because they went pretty hard with the lore from the very beginning on the Elder Scrolls. Ted Meister's Mag DK is looking good, sitting comfortably within 90 to 100k. Last time I checked. Nice. Fezman. Yeah, very normal. In response to what you're having, Karma. Happens to all of us. If you're not dying, you're not improving. Try to see it as a good thing. Yeah. You keep dying. If you're staying alive, you're doing it wrong. Yeah, obviously not. But I'm learning that for PvP aspect, it's a little tricky keeping it up. My thing was for ages, I knew I shouldn't bring a PvE build into PvP. And I've never really had, quote-unquote, builds for PvE, but you know what I mean. The setup that I would be wearing for dungeons, I would just bring that into PvP to have a little bit of fun and hope that I could hide amongst the group and get the occasional killing blow, that kind of thing. And you can do that, and you can sort of get away with it for a while, but you will not enjoy PvP anywhere near as much. And more often than not, PvP builds can use a lot of crafted sets. That's changing a little bit in PvE now as well, but it used to be the case that PvE crafted sets were just for beginners. That's not really the case anymore, as you see with like Tideborn, and what's the other one I'm talking about? Highland Sentinel, stuff like that. But that's the nice thing about PvP. It's very easy to get decent gear, and PvE has been catching up. Or maybe it's the perceptions that have been catching up more recently. Yeah, Ted might said your second vet clear the other day. I think you may have told us about that. That was cool. Which one was it again? Was it Sanity's Edge? That's some nice PvE bombs in PvP. Yeah, yeah. Hush. Saying, I'm pure DK, CP about 1200. Been playing for 7 months, kind of mix that with a bomber. Yeah. Especially if you subclass. The most common brawler bomber that you see is a Necro. And I'm sure you can get a decent build from somebody like Kamul on our Discord. Kamul hangs out there. Like, if genuinely, guys, if you are on the Ninja Balls Discord, you go to the PvP questions channel and create your own thread, you know, like a forum post. And if you just make sure you tag at PvP Senpai, there are literal PvP content creators who will respond to you. Pure, who was here earlier, he's also among them. Wick, you're just some really good, knowledgeable PvPers. I cannot recommend that highly enough as a resource. It's really good. Really decent. Stuff going on at Chalman? Karma, that's my mistake right now. The dungeon setup is what I'm using. Yeah. So I had exactly the same experience. You just don't feel like you can accomplish anything. You just need to invest a little bit of time in figuring out which setup is going to work for you. Yeah. Balorda. Now we need some good healer tank beginner sets that can be crafted. Good point. I mean, there's, you know, you've always got your fortified brass and stuff like that. Looks like people are already running off to Arios. Chimera Tamashi. Excellent name. Thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by today, everyone. And VKA it was, yeah. I can say this, I absolutely love ESO. Nice one, Karma. That makes 2 of us. If by absolutely you mean you love it a lot, then absolutely, I agree. If you mean you love it no matter what, everything about it, you know, in absolute terms, then maybe not. You know, I love it enough that it pisses me off sometimes, and then I care about what I think are bad, bad decisions, bad directions. But yeah, I think I know what you meant. Ted Meister, can I post another mag ticket? Of course you can. Yeah, go for it. So massive and huge, man. Like, so much to do. Yeah, you never run out of stuff to do in this game. Like, the PvP alone is huge, and there are plenty of people who it genuinely occupies them all the time. And then you look at PvE group content, which is also massive, and that's what takes up the vast majority of my time, you know. Dungeons and trials. And then you look at the story, on which I'm really, really far behind. Because I don't have time to keep up with it. And I've been doing some more of it on stream recently. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff. And most of it's really good. Nah, that person wanted to fight, but I was a bit too slow to react, I guess. I like the look of this. I'm just going to write down there. Fuck it. Pure, you are still here. So here we go. This was on YouTube. Someone was asking. And on Twitch, you're getting a response from Pure, whose setup I'm using right now. Brawler Bomber type setups are cursed, and I love it. Having 36k resistances and 30k HP, while also having bombing capabilities, are weird for a solo spec. Used to running similar in organized, but subclassing has made it interesting. So there we go. If anyone wants more info on that, I've run into a couple of these guys today. I was killed by a Necro Brawl Bomber just earlier. Looks like things might be dying down over there. Rip. Oh, there's a red dong up at Arius. God damn it. Stupid NPCs. Balorda. Getting to resistance cap is very easy with with subclassing, and Eon fell. Only Sithis steals in absolutes. I thought you said Sithis. Sith. Yeah, I'm with you. Top reference. Forgot they came from playing Call of Duty all day, almost every day, to a game like this. Wow, it's amazing. Yeah, very different. Ah, god damn it. So yeah, I rode all that way for nothing. That's dumb. I probably could have guessed. Should have guessed. Merkal, thank you very much for the follow. You're just starting out, I haven't experienced much like you have. Seriously, entertaining. Yeah, it's good. It's good shit. I've been playing this game for ages, and I have never burnt out on it. The one time I got close to leaving was when performance in PvE was just so bad. And I was at the point in the game where we weren't that good yet. My main group, we were trying to get the Cloud Rest hard mode. You know, the triple mini for the first time. I was raid leading, trying to teach the group to do it. And the performance was just so ass. It made everything so much more difficult, and especially difficult to learn. You know, if you've already got it down, it's not so bad. You're not as affected by the shitty performance. It's just annoying. But to us, it was gating our progress. because timing, AoEs were desynced. We would wipe so often due to a performance issue. And I said to the group, yeah, if this isn't fixed within weeks, I am quitting. But they fixed it. Thank fuck. That was between Greymore and Markarth coming out. Pure. I guess you remember those days, don't you? You were tanking for us at that time. Or around that time. This is the Lord Zero again. I'm not even going to bother. I think they just keep capping resources and then baiting people to come after them. Fair enough, to be honest. Means we're never short of a fight. Love the PvE score push stuff for Vass. Seeing Orms get 9 to 10 beams on him. Truly beautiful, yeah. That's been kind of fun. To see how busted that side of things has become with subclassing. And Karma saying, seriously, Fez, man. It feels like so many different games in one. Yeah, we're not just limited to how we want to approach. Is performance usually bad due to Mega Server? No, performance is usually fine these days. It's only really in Cyrodiil that people can get really crappy performance. Like, generally the rule is in Zero, I don't want to shit talk it too much, but you're either dealing with a campaign that is a little bit too quiet, or that it's peak time and performance is sketchy. Like I said, I think, I may be wrong about this, but I think they devote more resources to Cyrodiil and PvP in general during these events. Speaking of which, you can also get issues from just playing the game for too long, and if you do a UI reload, you literally just type, don't worry, I haven't crashed, I'm just doing a reload. If you type /reload UI in chat, and that way you can reset, you can sometimes get back a little bit of frames and performance by doing it that way. Andre Kreutzfeld, I'm trying out Lamp Night. That's quite fun. Nice. Yeah, I'm sure. Even with the performance improving, Hoarfrost still doesn't work properly in VCR. Yeah, and the synergies, you just can't take it sometimes downstairs. When we were in there doing, like, casual just trifectas every Saturday morning. I mean, not every pull was a trifecta, obviously. Most of them weren't. But with one of my groups, that's just what we did. We just hammered that trial for the fun of it. Every now and again, we would just have to wipe because the tank wouldn't be able to escape the bomb downstairs. You know, the big Daedric explosion? Ugh. Morgandy, not that I've found. I play on the NA server from the EU just fine. Yeah, I don't usually have performance issues in this game. PvP, you get a lot of complaints. But, you know, that's the reason for Cyrodiil Vengeance, currently. Trying to figure out what to do. Let's go to where the Volendrong is. It's usually fun. Lilith Maeve, I left over performance, and having just come back, it is so much better now. Yeah, well, sorry that you left, but very glad to have you back. And yes, you're absolutely right. They've definitely improved things, but they were doing. This is another heartbreaking thing. Matt Firor was working on. This is the studio director until recently. You know, he just left because the other game he was working on, Project Blackbird, was cancelled. Unceremoniously cancelled by Microsoft in their infinite lack of wisdom. But for years, he was working on migrating the game to a multi-threaded server architecture, which doesn't sound like that big a deal to me, but evidently it is. Sometimes you just need to dive in to get other people to jump in as well. right? I almost killed myself in the process, but... Yeah, and they were working on this for ages. It was gonna... and I quote, it was going to result in major performance increases, particularly in trials, dungeons, PvP. And, yeah, they were beavering away on this in the background for ages. It got delayed because it was a bigger, more complicated project than they had anticipated, blah, 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 blah. And in the end, when they were finally ready and they'd finished sort of redoing all the code to make it work with a multi-threaded server architecture, they had to can it because it resulted in instability, basically. And it didn't yield the performance increases they had expected. So that was always a real bummer. I'd been looking forward to that for ages. But there's a good chance we'll never see that now, because it proved to be a bit of a dead end. Yeah, a lot of players forget that that was a thing, or they never knew about it. Yeah, you see the value of being a pre-made group, like, how many of these guys are there? Only 4, I think? They definitely move like they're grouped up and talking on Discord, but they're already so difficult to deal with, because their builds are good and they're working together. It's massively... you see this a lot during an event. People come across a bull group, and the noobs in PvP chat will be saying, oh, these guys are hackers, they're cheats. So no, they're not cheating. The game is just a little bit broken if you coordinate. You know, you have an enormous, enormous advantage. But there's a real culture of crying cheater in this game, especially in PvP. Unvel Cloud Rest still wonky. Yeah, the / reload UI is spelt wrong, but yeah. Thanks, Morgany. Thanks, by the way. You just need to love Plaz dropping Ritual on top of Portal in VCR. I mean, it shouldn't be a thing anymore, should it? But... because they introduced Synergy Priority a while back. I didn't even realize there were yellows here. We know these two. These are two... they were bombing, weren't they? Yeah, I think I might be done with Cyrodiil for the time being. It's just kind of descended into mini skirmishes. Not as much fun. Let's check out Imperial City. Yeah, Carm, you just saw the video on Blackbird. Must be hard. Yeah, brutal. It's just so... no, let's not even go there. We're just all going to get angry again. It's so bad. Microsoft have flung an absolute turd at all their customers with this. And... yeah, I don't know how they think it was worth it. There's almost no way it's going to be worth it in the long run. Unless they give us something really, really good to help us forgive them. But it's also fucking tone deaf. And the stuff Satya Nadella has been putting out there, and the massive pay increase he received just before embarking on all these layoffs, like, it's awful. It is like cartoonishly bad corporate behavior. You know, the kind of megacorp bullshit they talk about in Cyberpunk 2077? It's it's already with us. It's not a million miles off. Anyway, let's not descend into that. Like I said, Deadmeister, no, not a massive disadvantage, and they're working to fix that as well. And you're still not doing a ton of trials, are you? And if you're doing them with ninja pulls, you don't need to bring a ton of DPS. There are going to be other people picking up that slack. Just bring what you can. And obviously don't make choices that lower your damage for no reason. But, yeah, I feel free to stay with pure DK. It's a really fun one. Eruption and Talons, having those in the mix, it's really good. Balorda, if you're doing overland content, no. In group content, you'll be weaker, but you can simply pick up subclassing while questing. Yeah. Like we're getting our butts kicked. We overrun. Yeah. Alistair and Black Wolf. And, sorry, Balorda. Automod blocked that line about cheetah. Pure. One day people will understand what macros are and that they will not work in an MMO. Especially one with some funky input lag issues. Yeah, they just don't. Macros do not work at all in this game. I know in WoW you can do it. But it's amazing that this is still such a persistent myth. Then again, you have the equivalent in PvE. Probably hundreds of thousands of players actually believe that light attack weaving is a bug that was never intended in this game. I actually spoke to one of the producers, so one of the most senior people at ZOS when it comes to game design. She was awesome. One of the coolest people I met in Amsterdam. She and I were just getting coffee in the morning on day 2 of the event, and I thanked her for her panel the previous day and said she was great. And we talked for, it was probably only half an hour, but it felt like an hour. We were just chatting away about... Honestly, I wish I'd been able to record it, because... she was amazing, and I told her that a lot of players think light attack weaving is a bug. You should have seen her face. She was devastated. Like, what? Like, A, how, and B, no. Like, we debated that back and forth. That was such a huge thing that we decided to do, and like she remembered those discussions. It was really interesting, really, really cool. That was one of the coolest things I got out of Amsterdam. Actually, it was a completely random encounter with a dev who had absolutely nothing else to do but drink coffee and chat to me for 30-40 minutes. We tried getting her for Tenfest, but those high-ups don't tend to do much public-facing stuff. Anyway, I'm way behind on chat. Morgany, the one thing about this event that bothers me is I think that the gankers that kill players only to prevent them from getting daily tickets. Not for turning cities, not for advancing the event. Yeah, I ran into some of these yesterday, and I bitched about it for like 5 minutes. There was a trio, and I think it was 4 people. There was one guy just standing out in the open. I think they were yellows. Actually, no, they must have been reds. They were up at Bruma. And I wasn't on my way to do any quests there, so I didn't really care. But there was one guy just standing there, visible to bait you, but as soon as you would approach him, 3 gankers would come out and ult you. Like, one would ult, the other 2 would just like spam snipe and whatever, and it was very difficult. I tried a few times to kill them, and I almost got them a couple of times, but the incoming damage was just so freaking high, and they would take it in turns to ult, you know. And they weren't there for people like me, but they had enough damage so they could kill me pretty easily. And I had to be kind of sneaky to be able to get past it. But they were there to just prevent questers, PvEers, from handing shit in, which is lame as hell. I don't really have any Telvar, so this is fine. Balorda is still a thing. The plus synergy got the higher priority. Oh, really? And Karma, I disagree when people think that there's cheaters in this game, honestly. Yeah, there aren't. Reason being, even though I just started the game, I can kind of see something with the pen resist mechanic. But yeah, the Blackbird project, man. I can tell you I felt so bad hearing it. I can just imagine how the guy felt, having to shut the whole thing down after working on it for years. And the fact that Phil fucking Spencer, the head of Xbox Gaming, the head of Microsoft's entire gaming division, he played it and absolutely loved it. Apparently they had to like pull the controller out of his hands when he did a playtest last year. Hang on, this is dumb. The whole reason I'm here... whole reason I'm here is to get the quests. I wanted to do some more daily quests. I'll just cap this flag and then buzz off. This is still underneath me. How is this guy still alive? How are either of them still alive? Amazing. Hey. Ogrim, here boy. Right, we need the blues to regroup at the fucking flag now. Otherwise I'm just gonna get got. Nice. I mean, we'll get a lot less Telvar than we would have done, but it's quite nice to have a group like this. Take these bosses down fast, because the longer it lasts, the higher the chance of a bomber spotting what you're doing. I just got a tutorial pop up regarding item sets. What? Alright, let's get out of here. Let's go back to Grey Host for a minute, just to port. But Lorda, there are so many campaigns, and if you enter the low pop bombs, you won't run into those gankers. Yeah, it is true. Everyone who is better than you is a cheater. Rule number 1. Yeah. Frozen Man! Is that a James Taylor reference, by any chance? Oh no, Q position 24. Well, fuck that. Let's just go there. God damn it, it had to pop up just as I was... So I left the wrong queue. Oh no. Well, actually, this is perfect. Then I don't need to queue. Just die. Right, there we go. So only late at night my routine seems to get shifted. I see. Fezman, I remember when people used to talk about medium weaving. To my understanding, that's just heavy weaving with animation cancelling. No, you don't even need to cancel it. Like, if you... Like, if I'm doing a heavy attack, this is me just holding down the mouse button. I'm not doing anything, but just holding it down permanently. This person's like, what the fuck are you doing? But if I release it early, so I hold it, rather than just a light attack, which is that, if I hold it down for just a moment, but release it early, you get this. Like, there are some things that activate from heavy attacks that will actually activate from a medium, which is faster. You know? Yandir, I think, used to be one of them. If you wanted to release the stacks from Yandir, the set, you could just do one of these and not have to do the entire, you know, that wind up. I think some stuff that activated from resto heavies as well, but that got fixed. They've fixed a few of them over the years. Phil Fencer. It was Phil Spencer. Don't know if I'm spelling rubbish. Shit, bro. And he liked the game that much. Yeah. That's like one of the only things we know about Blackbird. That, and that it sounded a little bit like Dune Awakening, in that there was a lot of verticality. There was a lot of like free-form ways to travel. Like climbing and grappling and stuff like that. Still learning weaving. Just got my rotation in sync with my playstyle. The light weaver's a bit tricky. We're not going to get majorly into this, but the honest truth is that light attack weaving is just, you press the light attack button, milliseconds. We're talking like 20 milliseconds, 40 milliseconds. As close, you basically combine it with your button press. So you won't really be able to see anything. You can get an add-on to help you. In fact, I'm not even using this add-on. But you see the red bar at the bottom of my screen? You can get those. You can install that. It's just called GCD bar. It stands for Global Cooldown Bar. And then it will help to show you. And if you light attack, just as the bar is about to empty, you can see the light attack going out, right? You just press the button on your mouse a tiny, tiny bit before you press your whatever else it is. And then you just do that every second. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. That's all it is. It's like a heartbeat. But it takes a little bit of muscle memory to get it right, and then to combine it with a bar swap as well. Like to cast what you need and then bar swap all in one smooth move. That's the key. So you light attack, ability, bar swap. I think that's the thing that people struggle with. And what can help enormously is rebinding your bar swap to your mouse. I'm not going to tell anyone what to do, but I know a lot of players who've said either rebinding it to their mouse or just rebinding it to something else helps massively in getting good at, especially if you use a mouse and keyboard, obviously. Controller, do what you like. It's true, Devirit users know the medium attack tool too well. There we go, that's a great example. Eon's Jenny, yeah, spoken like a true tank. You're building your tank cred around here with that comment. And Andre Kreutzfeld saying, was working on a AAA game server and can say multi-threaded is a bag of cool stuff. And one can use a lot of Kleenex. And light attack weaving. Oh yeah, it's not a bug, it's taken care of in the update loop. It's a critical thing in performance. You do not have that as a bug, it is planned. Yeah, exactly. My servers ran for 1 year after everyone was laid off. Everyone believed there are still devs. My goodness, really? But Lord, many players don't know that you don't need a fully charged heavy attack. Exactly, yeah. Sinister Rage. Love it. Love that name. Welcome on in. And Karma, I will add the GCD add-on right now. You don't need it, but if you're doing something like you're practicing your light attacks or you are pushing numbers on the dummy, I found that it can help, actually, to have it there. Just to reinforce that rhythm. Anyone near me is like, what the fuck? What is this person doing? Sup? Love your content, bro. Hey, Sinister Rage. Well, love the name. Thanks very much. And Karma play on controller with back paddles. There we go. Alright. I still have 1700 Telvar, but I'm not that bothered about losing it. I made a lot of Telvar this event already.
I'm free, thanks to you.
Oh, they had some Telvar between them. Thank you very much. Don't mind if I do. Who are these thirsty fuckers? What are they up to? Seven Telvar. Alright. That was a risk-free attack by that player. I got nothing to lose. I love that. When you've just banked it and you can just dive in, Leroy J. Oh, these dudes do not give a fuck about the flag. I'm just gonna tag along with them for a minute, see what they're up to. I was gonna pick up some dailies, but I don't really need to. Hey. JC0815, welcome on in. Thanks very much for the follow. Jams Upright, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. If you just joined us, you're watching Ninja Pulls Gaming on Twitch. My name's Khan. Maya is not here with me today, but often it's Maya and Khan. We run the Discord server, we run the in-game guild on the PC servers, NA and EU. EU primarily, it should be said, but we do have a growing guild on NA as well. Salatfars. I mean, I'm Danish, so that means salad daddies or salad dads to me. Salatfars. But I'm sure that's not intended. Oh, right. Fast as in mince. Right. Nice. Well, Vilcon, how's it going? It's not a Danish-speaking stream, sadly. Also, I've lived in the UK for ages, so my accent is all wonky these days. But yeah, very nice to have another Nord in here with us today. And Karma, that's exactly it. You got to build the muscle memory and then it becomes easy. It really doesn't take that long. I've seen people who got it within a couple of hours. Most people it takes a few weeks. Which CP do you have slotted? The blue ones. Duelist rebuff, focused mending, ironclad, and biting aura for the jabbity jab jab jab. That is, I should probably be using reverse slash, actually. Reverse slice. The other morph, then that will be buffed by biting aura, so I should fix that. Oh wow, yeah, I just realized. 5,000 followers. Hey, there we go. Maya said we'd get it within the week. That was yesterday. So thank you so much for all the follows today. That's a lot. Really, really appreciate it. Having slightly more luck with the Templars here in IC for some reason. And I'm delighted to see that I'm not having the same performance issues. Yesterday, when I'd been in Cyrodiil for a few hours, I ported into IC and the performance was absolute ass. It was terrible. I was dying left and right, and when I killed people, it felt like I was getting lucky, and they were dying because of the lag and not to do with me, like, timing everything perfectly or whatever. But, yeah, none of that today, thank goodness. I was worried. Because I love IC, I think it's great. Yeah, there we go. The spinny charm. Well, that kind of works out because I do want to pick up some more quests before we call it. But yeah, Reptile BCR, you are our 5,000th follower. Let's take a little moment. There we go, you made my Magpie happy. And now she's pissy again, look at that face. Thank you so much, that's great. That's a fun milestone. Dig it. And thank you, Starag, for pointing it out. And the red one, only the last, I mean, that's just whatever you want. Pain's Refuge, sustained by suffering, these are standard. I think like almost everyone runs these, don't they? Pain's Refuge, sustained by suffering, survival instincts, celerity. What do we even have here? Yeah, the standard shit. Which quests do I not have? Yeah, Reptile. You did it! Thank you so much. And Karma, that's another thing too. I want to kind of get my CP right, because I'm all over the place at the moment. And nice on the 5k followers. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's see if we can grab a couple more of these quests. This is a good thing to do if you get to your base. Just go up the ladders. If there's a blue questy quest at the top, grab it and climb back down. Or, I mean, grab it and do it if you... But I'm not going to do them all right now. And that way you can just go district to district. Because you only pick up the quests from the base. Right? So this one I already have. Duh. Karma, I'm going to lock in on ESO myself. Got me wanting to play it and grind out all day. Called off work today too. No way. Congrats again, man. Keep going. We've got to make sure Maya can quit that job. We are approaching that point. We will do more events. Give you guys good excuses to support what we're doing. But yeah, hello. Let's try that again. But in the meantime, yeah, thank you so much for the follows and the subs and everything. We are only halfway, well, 60% towards our sub goal. If there's anyone else who's got one kicking around, I'm not going to be a dick about it. If we get 6 out of 10, I'm delighted and grateful for those 6. But fact is, we want to try to get 10 out of 10 every time we stream. But I'm aware many of you already have a sub, that's whether gifted or purchased. Or I also have this quest. God damn it. So no pressure. Shahinamoth. Hey, reinstalling his own PC. Can I join your guild? Of course you can, yeah. It's a little bit quiet at the moment because we're on summer break. But this coming week, there'll be some more teaching trials, open runs, stuff like that. Hey, Karma, thank you so much. That's 2 from you today, is it not? That's very kind. Really, really, really appreciate it. It's never expected, always appreciated. And I know a couple of streamers who use that. That's the thing Rather Dashing says. I love that sentiment. It's absolutely true. Let's actually dive down and do some stuff. Fairly tanky, this person. Like, surprisingly tanky. Good shit. I don't know, when you see a Khajiit hopping around, a Nightbladey, it's usually squish as fuck. Right, let's get another one. How do I get a link to the Discord? You can always just put in... This is for everyone's benefit, to be fair. I think any of you, you don't have to be a mod or anything. You can type in... !Discord. I mean, I didn't hit them with the full burst in Villain, but yeah. They had more tankiness and more burst on me than I was expecting. So, respect. Always, man, when the checks hit, I'll throw more. Wow. Well, we don't want to take anything for granted, and we won't do it. But, yeah. I mean, whoa, we got a hype train coming, in fact. Lovely. Well, if anyone's got any more, I guess now's the time. I'm also going to be raiding off fairly shortly. Love the community. Sincerely, Twitch is really the best platform out there. Yeah, I haven't, We have a lot of fun and cool comments on YouTube as well, but it is smaller over there for whatever reason. And we haven't really gone anywhere near Kick because of various yuck reasons, but also we don't... Yeah, we'd get a higher cut of everything, a much higher cut. You basically get to keep almost everything you earn over there, whereas on Twitch you get half, which sucks. That's really bad. It's kind of ass backwards, but... Yeah, these platforms are expensive to run, I don't know. But, we haven't really tried anywhere else, but nor do we see any reason to. Like, everyone that we want to hang out with is pretty much here. And the fact that we can stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time just feels good. Tata Gotcha, is there a targeting bug in IC and PC? Def 1 on Xbox. There could be. The one time when I really feel the lag... Well, there are two things. If there's a real big Zerg in Zero, then. But also, yeah, like you said, targeted abilities like Javelin and Execution are just not... Sometimes the ult as well. It's not just an IC thing. I've been having it in Cyrodiil all day. Not every time, but like 1 in 3 casts just don't happen, or they don't... The animation goes off, but nothing happens. They definitely don't deal any damage. People know that they can use... things like the Wild Hunt ring, and I've done this in the past. In fact, one of the previous builds that I used on this character had the Ring of the Wild Hunt for extra speedy movement, and it just means that people can't hit you. Like, without the lag, it wouldn't be that effective, but, what the hey? An extra 743. What? Just bank everything that I made. There we go. So yeah. Tata Gotcha. It's definitely not just you, definitely not just Xbox. Sometimes when I see you can't even light or heavy attack targets, that's when you know it's bad. When the NPCs even, you can't target them. That's when I use... That's like... My interpretation when I see that, and it does happen from time to time, is that, oh shit, the lag's going to be bad when I meet a player. Time to use something like jabs, or whirling blades, or something like that that's just going to deal damage wherever they are in relation to you. You get bugged, then have to reload, or travel through doors, what the fuck? I just made sure, only the last I just made sure I got myself to, just to over... Hey, look who it is. Pure. There he is. I just fucking ported out. God damn it. Cheeky fucker. It's just Orzorgers, but honestly, if I were you, I would just use this one, Jewels of Misrule. And with that food, just make sure you have enough health that takes you over 30k. A little bit over 30k. Then if you're getting minor toughness from a Warden, that'll bounce on up to 35. Sees you, dips, yeah. I mean, he was standing here for a few minutes. I'm guessing he's just AFK. Chehinamoth, is it a problem with my Twitch or the voice doubling and repeating itself? Am I just repeating myself? It could be. Like an old man telling the same stories over and over again. Yeah, White Star, great to be here. Awesome. Thank you for stopping in. Unfortunately, I don't have time to stream for much longer. I have to bounce fairly soon. But do come back tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. It's been really fun doing some PvP and getting your thoughts and struggling to keep up with all your interesting comments and whatnot as well. Alright, Shahinabath is your Twitch app. That's weird. Well, sorry about that. And only the last... Yeah, no worries. Let me flip the screen real quick. I can see if I can find a link to this actual video that might help you. It's a little bit different from what I've got, but it's essentially the same principle. And again, Pure sent this to me, but it's this is a video by...
Hey guys, Pelican.
This is Pelican. Sorry. I'm just going to share it in chat. There we go. There we go. Apologies, that's just me doubling up now, for real. That's not your app, Chihinamoth. That's me coming through on stream. Alright. Well, I think I've done both my dailies. We've done a ton of fights in Zero and in IC now. A little bit distracted in Imperial City, but yeah, I encourage you guys, check it out. Like, if you are completely new to PvP, do not worry about it. Try and get yourself a build of some kind. If you really don't know where to begin, you can jump on the Discord, the Ninja Pulse Discord. Once again, I'm going to link that here. And you can browse through the PvP questions section and see if somebody has asked recently for a build that is similar to what you would like, or just make your own thread. I can't guarantee that you'll get an answer within like 10 minutes or even the first few hours, but we have got some dedicated PvPers. They're probably going to be busy over this weekend in Cyrodiil doing stuff, but yeah, they'll get back to you and they'll help you figure out a build that's going to work. Otherwise, browse channels like Pelicans and Kamul, Gnozo, these guys. Also, Pain in the Axe, Okui, Decimus, Bislobo. You know all these names. Check them out. They've all got builds that you can look at. Some more advanced, some more complicated. But jump on in. It's a lot of fun. Don't be, don't be worried about the whole PvP thing. As a guy who runs a PvE guild, I know how many people are slightly hesitant. We always start small, nothing wrong with that. Yep. Never PvP'd before. Was doing quests mostly, so yeah. Check it out. Check it out. Anyway, let's have a look. See who is online for us to raid off to. I'll raid off to someone else who's doing PvP if I can. Who's doing PvP? Hey, Kamul. I was just talking about him. Right, let's raid Kamul. There he is. If you guys have questions about builds, this guy is great. And I really want you to make a lot of noise when you jump into his channel. He's a friend of the guild. He's helped us out offering advice in our Discord. So thank you very much for your company today. Appreciate all the follows, all the subs. Love you guys. You're the best. The usual raid messages for you to copy. That's if you're not subbed. If you are subbed, to Ninja Pulse, that is, you can use this fancy one with the animated emotes. But yeah, make a lot of noise for Kamul. He's an awesome guy. And ask him your questions about PvP. He's even better equipped to answer it than I've been in the last few hours. But yeah, I've had a blast with you guys. Have a fantastic weekend. Thank you so much for everything today. And Ted Meister, you're very welcome. Alright, let's raid off. You guys have a wonderful Sunday. Take it easy.
Oh my god! Look who we have here! The legends from Ninja Pools Gaming! Let's go! Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! What a welcome back present! What a welcome back present! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Thank you so much for the raid! How was the stream? I saw you guys were doing PvP as well. How did it go? How did it go? Thank you guys so much for the raid. Welcome, 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 welcome. I was trying to do some bombing as well, but we ended up going into philosophical conversations about... You know how people always say like, oh,